Tanking of the Space Launch System, NASA's 32-story tall moon rocket that you see there at the center of your screen. We're tanking it ahead of our third Artemis I launch attempt. I'm Daryl Nail, and I'm glad to be with you on this 15th day in November, coming to you from inside Firing Room 1 at the historic Launch Control Center here in Florida. We have close to 93 launch system engineers in Firing Room 1 with exploration ground systems. They are configuring the core stage at this moment, along with the upper stage, for cryogenic tanking, which is essentially the super chilled fueling of the largest rocket booster stage in the world. Launch is on November 16th, tomorrow, the early hours of the 16th at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a 2-hour window, if needed, that runs until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. I want to get you caught up on everything that is happening. We have just gotten a go from Charlie Blackwell-Thompson at 3:27 p.m. Eastern Time. She gave the, 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. She gave the go for cryogenic tanking. And at 3:27 p.m. Eastern Time, the core stage circulation pumps and heaters were activated. The team is currently configuring the rocket for tanking. Charlie Blackwell-Thompson telling her team before she gave the go that it's taken a ton of work to get here, a lot of grit and determination, and then urged them to get this rocket tanked and into terminal count. Now, just about a half hour ago, we had a mission management team meeting, which is part of the protocol before launch, chaired by Mike Seraphin. It was a good meeting, only 14 minutes long. In fact, the shortest I've been a part of, going back to the first wet dress rehearsal. Charlie Blackwell-Thompson came to the meeting saying, for the first time ever, we will have a clean board going into the meeting. Of course, she then knocked on the wood table, and as did the rest of the mission management team. Things are looking good. Spirits are high. I talked to several members of the launch team. Confidence is high. Folks are feeling good about the launch opportunity today. Now, we had a final walk down at 1:34 p.m. Eastern Time of the pad that you see there, looking for any foreign object debris, anything that shouldn't be there that could fly around once launch happens. Then they cleared out the blast danger area, prepared the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks, the giant cryospheres, which will fill the rocket with propellant. And then we got a weather update from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger with the 45th Space Wing. He said that we look absolutely fantastic for tanking. You do see the clouds in the sky overhead. We do have a little bit of cloud cover and the roughly about the 20,000 foot level. But conditions are calm. And so there are no constraints to tanking, 0% chance of lightning within 5 nautical miles. But the LWO did say we could get some sprinkles around 8 p.m., if not a little sooner. There are some lightning and storms off the west coast of Florida in the Gulf, and I do have some cloud, so a thicker cloud deck coming over the state at this point in time, but LWO says that it doesn't look like it's going to constrain tanking. When we get into launch, the go for launch weather has been reduced to 80%, down from 90%, which is still excellent. It's the best weather forecast we've had since we've started the launch campaign. And again, the only fly in the ointment is the clouds. Tracking some of that imagery in the storms off western Florida. The only areas of concern once we get into the launch countdown will be the thick cloud layer rule and the cumulus cloud rule. Thick cloud layer rule because of the possibility that the rocket could be affected by that water in the atmosphere and then the cumulus cloud rule. If we were launching right now, the LWO did say that we could launch right through the clouds that you see there. Hopefully we get some clearing, because if you're in the area of Florida or South Georgia, well, those clouds could obscure the view. So hopefully we'll get them cleared out. I'll be listening to the launch team as they give their call-outs over the nets. We call them loops. They are audio communications channels between the various teams that are supporting the launch today. Of course, Exploration Ground Systems here at Kennedy Space Center. We have teams from the Johnson Space Center here supporting Orion. And of course, we have engineers from Marshall Space Flight Center supporting the Space Launch System down from beautiful Huntsville, Alabama. We want to tell you a little bit about the Artemis program as we go along today. If you don't know, NASA is sending astronauts to explore deep space, starting with the moon and then on to Mars, and that's what this rocket here is all about. Here's an introduction to NASA's Artemis program.
NASA is returning to the moon, pushing the boundaries of space exploration, science, and technology once.
Just a few minutes, we will begin the operation for cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System. If you want to learn more about the Artemis I program, just go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. And we just got the go for liquid oxygen loading operations. Again, we just got the go for loading the liquid oxygen into the core stage. Now, coming up in just a bit, they're going to start the loading operations of the liquid oxygen by chilling down the transfer lines. These are the lines that run so super chilled, they must pre-chill the lines. And I just heard them give the go for core stage liquid hydrogen loading operations. So we've got the goes on both the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks there in the center of the rocket, the core stage, the largest such tanks in the world. That liquid hydrogen is coming in at minus 297 degrees Fahrenheit. On the hydrogen side, it is minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit. And so the team pre-chills the lines by opening up the valves and allowing a little bit of the liquid oxygen to flow in. Not much, but that propellant that does go into those lines that run all the way to the mobile launcher, which then feeds it into the rocket through the tail service mast umbilical at the bottom. That cold gas, the liquid flashes off so quickly once it hits the ambient air. The cold gas is then enough to chill down the lines so that when the actual super chilled propellant goes through, it's not a thermal shock to the system. Also new for this countdown, we are loading liquid oxygen and hydrogen at the same time. This is part of a change in the loading procedure for liquid hydrogen, what they've come to call a kinder, gentler operation. Previous launch attempts, we had some hydrogen leaks that the team believes the thermal shock could have played a role. And so the liquid hydrogen operation was lengthened, and they will be flowing that very slowly, allowing just a little bit of pressure on the cryosphere to push that liquid hydrogen into the rocket. Now, unlike the liquid oxygen will be pumped. Liquid hydrogen will flow naturally just using the pressure that's already in the cryosphere to flow it. LOX is 12 pounds per gallon density, so it's quite heavy. Liquid hydrogen is 0.4 pounds per gallon, so it's extremely light. We will start up our clock here in a couple of hours. Currently, we are L minus 9 hours and 11 minutes until liftoff. Our cryogenic operations will run roughly about 6 hours. This is Artemis Launch Control. A programming note, if you were watching NASA TV's coverage of our EVA, extravehicular activity, It is continuing in the final stages now. That spacewalk you can watch on NASA's media channel. Again, it continues the final stages of our EVA on the International Space Station on our media channel. And we have chill down of the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen transfer lines. Again, we have chill down of the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen transfer lines that carry the propellant from the cryosphere, both cryospheres, to the rocket. And we have completion of the liquid oxygen transfer line chill down. Again, LOX chill down is complete. Liquid hydrogen chill down still in progress. As we prepare to tank 750,000 gallons of propellant into that rocket right there, the Space Launch System. It will take roughly 6 hours to complete. The team will then have a few hours to make final configurations. We'll get into terminal count. And ahead of that, a programming note, at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will begin our special launch broadcast here on NASA TV. At the same time, we will continue our operational commentary on the NASA media channel. You can find both of them on YouTube. And of course, NASA TV, where if your local programming and cable company or satellite company provides. And we have a start of the core stage system chill down. minus 8 hours, 49 minutes, and counting until liftoff of Artemis I, the Space Launch System, and Orion spacecraft. We're bringing you live tanking coverage here from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at the rocket, NASA's 32-foot-tall moon rocket, which is in the midst of cryogenic tanking. We got the go to begin loading the rocket with super chilled propellants at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. Lines from the liquid hydrogen cryosphere and the rocket. They have completed that on the liquid oxygen side and now are looking to begin chilling down the main propulsion system. It'll take roughly 6 hours to complete this process. After which, the team will have several hours to finish configuration of the rocket. And then we'll go into terminal count at 12:54 a.m. Eastern Time on November 16th. Liftoff is scheduled for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a 2-hour window today. Hopefully we won't need it. Weather officer says we're looking good weather-wise, though you do see on your screen there, got a large cloud deck across the spaceport. A couple holes in it here and there. That cloud cover, it's rather thin where we are here at the Kennedy Space Center, but off to the west, the launch weather officer is tracking some thicker clouds coming our way. It's not a constraint to tanking. We're moving ahead, moving forward. But it is something they're keeping an eye on as we get deeper into the night. This is Artemis Launch Control. Update on the LH2 transfer line chill down. We have another 5 minutes in chilling down those lines that run between the LH2 cryosphere, liquid hydrogen, and the rocket. The tank on the core stage holds 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. The loading operation today represents what the launch team calls a kinder, gentler loading operation. They're starting the pressure on the storage tank quite low, closing valves, closing skid valves, which are on the upper part of the rocket, and then reducing that main fill valve and allow those skid and lines to chill down until the inlet temps are fully chilled before they start running propellant through there. So gravity flow will be the way that they'll move that liquid hydrogen for 4 minutes and then allow the gas to chill down the entire system. Again, just a few minutes left in that. Liquid oxygen transfer lines are complete. And we're going to get into, after that, slow fill, where we actually start to run propellant into the rocket. Slow fill for both the core stage and the liquid, the core stage liquid hydrogen and oxygen is roughly 500 or so gallons per minute. We're waiting the next milestones. We'll let you know as soon as they happen. This is Artemis Launch Control. We're currently L minus 8 hours and 32 minutes until liftoff of Artemis I. Stand by. And we we just got an update that the liquid hydrogen transfer line chill down is complete and slow fill has begun. Again, liquid hydrogen slow fill has begun. So this bumps up the speed of the pumping on the liquid hydrogen side. Meanwhile, on the liquid oxygen side, they are currently in a chill down of the main propulsion system. They put in a little bit of liquid oxygen propellant into the system and then drained it back and allowed the gas to cool down the system. That super cold oxygen. Continuing to track the milestones as we start the liquid hydrogen side. Filling the tanks on the Space Launch System. This is a major milestone. Launch team watching, of course, the liquid hydrogen process closely. A programming note for you on our NASA media channel. It's a busy day here at NASA, both on the ground and in space. The EVA, extravehicular activity, ended at 7 hours and 11 minutes. This is the spacewalk going on at the that happened at the International Space Station. Coverage continues on NASA's media channel. The team just repeating the announcement that they are in LH2 slow fill. But again, the spacewalk coverage continues as they now head into the repress of the airlock and getting the crew back inside with helmets doffed. Again, you can find that on NASA's media channel. Here on NASA's main channel, we continue with the cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System. It's a great day in Florida for tanking. Weather is not a factor at the moment, even though we have some cloud cover overhead. It was quite a process to get, it always is a complex process to get the rocket to the pad, getting SLS and Orion to the pad, and it all begins with rollout.
Out of the 322-foot tall Artemis After traveling more than 4 miles, the crawler
For more information on the Artemis program, just go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. We have an update in the cryogenic tanking. We are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen. Again, we are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Teams go about slowly filling the tank so as to prevent thermal shock to the rocket systems. It's a great shot of the mid-level of the rocket there, and the launch vehicle stage the adapter between the core stage and the ICPS. Slow fill for the core stage runs about 40 minutes or so. Sorry, check that. It runs 15 minutes. Again, the core stage liquid oxygen slow fill runs about 15 minutes. Core stage liquid hydrogen slow fill, this will be a longer process. Roughly about 70 minutes, a little more than an hour. And then we get into fast fill. But again, we're getting propellants into both tanks on the core stage. This is Artemis Launch Control. Now we have an update of our milestone, the slow fill portion of the liquid oxygen transfer from the cryosphere that you see off in the distance there to the right-hand, lower right-hand part of the screen. You can see one of the cryospheres is now in fast fill. Again, liquid oxygen going into the rocket is now in fast fill as of 2 minutes ago, completing the slow fill portion of liquid oxygen into the core stage. And there you see one of the aft struts, which actually comes into play with regards to the liquid oxygen flowing in. That strut that you just saw, there's an aft strut constraint that requires that there be 50% filled liquid oxygen in the core stage tank, that they hold it at 50% rather, until they have at least 5% liquid hydrogen over on the hydrogen side. So the propellants are carefully sequenced. There's a shot of it again. That's the aft strut. It connects the solid rocket boosters to the core stage, a very critical component of the Space Launch System. The rocket actually shrinks as these super chilled propellants go into it. And so there's motion there, very small amounts of motion. But in order to keep everything aligned and in good shape structurally, liquid oxygen won't go above 50% until we have, again, at least 5% liquid hydrogen in that tank. And so now that we are in fast fill for liquid oxygen, which is roughly double that of slow fill, a little more than double, we're going to be moving pretty quickly on the tanking of the liquid oxygen tank. And there you can see a shot of the core stage engines and the two solid rocket boosters to either side. 4 nozzles in all. 3 of them you can see. One of them is obscured by the engine in the front, right? This is the business end of the rocket. And an engineer is currently controlling that camera as they complete inspections throughout the process of countdown. There are more than 100 cameras trained on this rocket in various areas of the rocket, making sure that they have eyes on all of it as we proceed through the countdown. A note on the sensors, if you're wondering about going from slow fill to fast fill and how it detects where we are, similar to your car, your vehicle. If you have a gauge there that will tell you when it's empty, same thing exists on the core stage, which triggers a shutdown in flight once it reaches empty. The sensors inside the tank, they detect when certain levels are reached, and you want to slow the flow down as they are in fast fill. You want to slow it down to prevent burping of this liquid propellant out of the top, which would be a very bad thing. So you have cutoff sensors which tell you when it's close to E, basically on your gas gauge. You have the 0 to 5% sensor, which is slow fill. And then there's a sensor that goes from 5% to 95%, and that is the sensor for fast fill. Once it gets up to the top, 95%, there's a sensor from 95% to 100%, and that puts the tanking into a topping, which is about half as fast fill. So they slow it down as it gets up and fills up, and then there's 3 100% sensors, a 100 minus, a 100 even, and a 100 plus. And then that's when we get into replenish. There's software that cycles the valves to keep it in that sweet spot, 100 minus, 100, and 100 plus. And then, of course, replenish just replaces the propellant that boils off. These propellants, the moment they go into the tank, they are boiling. And they will continue boiling all the way through liftoff and during flight. They will be vented initially. That vent will be capped off to build up flight pressures. And then, of course, at the end, when the engines are lit, and this rocket is, if all things go well, racing into space at 1:04 p.m., 1:04 a.m., sorry, 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We're currently 8 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control. look at a couple of notable milestones that are coming up in the cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System. One that has just happened is the aft strut constraint has been verified. So we are over 5% hydrogen filled. And since we're in slow fill, we're now going to transition to fast fill. And this has been a moment in past tankings where we've seen leaks. But today the team is executing the kinder, gentler, as they call it, loading operation. It's a much slower, very methodical fueling, tanking of the liquid hydrogen tank. And so we'll let you know as soon as that milestone happens. After that, we will then have the liquid hydrogen engine bleed kickstart. The kickstart is essentially a bleed to get it going. They close the vent temporarily. The liquid hydrogen tank is vented. Since it is a liquefied gas, it's boiling off. It vents out the gas. They'll close that vent to pressurize the tank, and then a small amount of liquid hydrogen is bled through the engine, and that gets it going. And then after kickstart, they go to a vented bleed, but at a lower pressure. So they'll open back up the vent, and the bleed will run. And that bleed needs to run through the engines in order to properly condition it for launch. Needs to be in just the right temperatures, which match the propellants. So all those milestones coming up in a bit, and we'll certainly let you know as they happen. And a programming note, coverage of the EVA on NASA's media channel has completed. You are now watching coverage of Artemis I's tanking. The tanking of the Space Launch System and Orion and launch of the Orion spacecraft tonight at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time from the east coast of Florida. We are headed to sunset, as you can see from this shot here, in roughly about 23 minutes. Got some cloud cover overhead as we count down, currently at 7 hours, 56 minutes and counting until liftoff. We started our day here on NASA TV with the tanking go that we received from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are currently flowing propellants on both the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks of the Space Launch System. This is involves two steps here. We'll get the lower tanks filled, the largest tanks, and then we'll fill the tanks of the upper stage. Okay, and I'm hearing in real time, we are now transitioning from core stage LH2 slow fill to fast fill. So core stage LH2 is now in fast fill. The propellant teams closely monitoring the data. So we have both tanks now in fast fill. The liquid hydrogen tank holds 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. The liquid oxygen tank close to 200,000. Okay, another big milestone coming up here. The engine bleed kickstart on the liquid hydrogen side is proceeding. Again, the engine bleed kickstart on the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage is now beginning. Again, this kickstart is a pressurized bleed to get it going, get it moving. Close the vent to pressurize the tank, and then a small amount of liquid hydrogen is bled through the engines there that you see at the bottom of the core stage. And then that hydrogen that's bled out is then taken out to a flare stack that burns it off. And with that wide shot, you can see we're getting close to sunset here on the east coast of Florida. In just about 7 minutes. And so far, so good. We are at L-7 hours, 36 minutes and counting until liftoff of the Space Launch System and the Orion spacecraft here from the east coast of Florida, the Kennedy Space Center. I'm joined now by Jeremy Graber, the Assistant Launch Director for the Artemis program. Jeremy, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Daryl. Happy to be here.
So, the countdown, we're just a few hours into it, and so far, it seems awfully smooth. What's your take?
So, we're doing really well right now. We're in the middle of our tanking operations. We picked up with those tanking operations just a few hours ago. Our launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, said some great words to our team, and they're actively loading cryogenic fuel into the core stage. So far, everything is going very smoothly, and we're about 25 minutes from coming out of our hold at T-minus 6 hours and 40 minutes. And we've got about an hour and a half of liquid hydrogen fast fill to go, and about 2.5 hours of liquid oxygen fast fill to go. Our teams are monitoring the progress of that loading, doing a great job, and things look really good right now.
The team seemed upbeat when I was at the MMT meeting. A lot of positive vibes all the way around. Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, launch director, didn't have a constraint when she walked into the room. And then, as you mentioned, things have been going pretty well. Now that we're in tanking, this is an area that we have seen issues in the past. The fast fill for liquid hydrogen, especially when we get into the bleed. We're currently in that kickstart bleed. But so far, so good. And there's a different loading operation that was used for this time.
Yeah, this team has done a fantastic job working through each of the different wet dress rehearsals and launch attempts. In addition, we did a tanking test that demonstrated a lot of updated procedures to deal with the challenges that we had seen previously. And this team has really been outstanding, finding the right sequencing, the right, basically keeping everything in a very tight box to ensure that we manage through any potential issues. And so far, everything that they've put in place has been going extremely well. And we'll just keep monitoring as we go.
Yeah, this is as close to the countdown as you lay it out on your bar chart, as they called, that I've seen through 4 wet dresses and 2 launch attempts, and this, of course, being the 3rd.
Absolutely, we are right on the timeline, which is, as a launch guy, that's where I want to be, right on the timeline.
That's right. Had to deal with a hurricane. Had to deal with 2. Obviously, the rocket was inside the VAB for 1, and for the second, it was out there for tropical Hurricane Nicole, rather. So far to this point, have you noticed anything that you would attribute to the hurricane?
Well, so one of the really key things that we've been doing since Nicole passed through is to really investigate and look at all of our systems from a powered up perspective as well as from an outside visual perspective. And we've been doing that from the minute we were able to really see that. We monitored all of our capabilities on the flight hardware and the ground systems throughout the storm, and we've been keeping a very close eye on everything since the storm made it through. And so far we've worked through any of the items that we found. I know some of those things have been talked about at the mission management meetings over the last couple of days. We came in to call the stations for launch countdown. We had some work that we carried in. We've made it through all of that work yesterday, and we really have a clear constraints board at this point. Have not seen any issues associated with normal issues that may have come up or from anything else. So, as I said, clear constraints right now and on the timeline.
That's one tough rocket out there, as come to find out. You mentioned the couple of issues that were dealt at the MMT meeting, some of the RTV that came off the seal below Orion, and then along with a connector that was in the same location as a previous hydrogen leak. But you've got redundancy there, so you're good to go, and it looks like that is not going to be an issue as we proceed forward. We're headed to sunset. As you can see, sun just went down here at the Kennedy Space Center as the lights are on and illuminating the Space Launch System rocket. Getting an update. Engine stand by. So, Jeremy, we just heard from the NASA, from the liquid hydrogen team on the NASA test director's loop. They're reporting out right now. The engine bleed is complete. They did see a little bit of hydrogen in the area, a little bit of leakage, a little over 4%, but that apparently went down. That's within your range, right?
Absolutely, that's it within our range. That's you know, an expected leakage rate at that location, and yeah, as you mentioned, the great thing is wherever it got to at that 4%. Since I'm not looking at data right now, I'm
sure.
kind of, but the good thing is it started coming down as they completed the bleed. So that's exactly what we would expect to see, and based on that, it sounds like we're still doing great.
That seal in that quick disconnect, it has to conform, right, to that space there. And when you hit it with those cryos, that's kind of part of it, right? Just like you were saying, it's kind of
and our expectation through the rest of loading is that leakage rate will come down. That's really what we saw during the tanking test that we performed after the last launch attempt. And so we really do expect to see that leakage come down as we load the core stage tank, the liquid hydrogen tank, and you get more commodity on board. That will really help seal that, and we should see that come down.
All right, great news. Real-time update from our Assistant Launch Director, Jeremy Graber. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for being here, and good luck to you and the team the rest of the way.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it.
All right, we are at L-7 hours, 28 minutes, and counting until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently L minus 7 hours and 18 minutes until liftoff with a beautiful nighttime shot. Just a few minutes after sunset here on the east coast of Florida. There it is, the Space Launch System rocket illuminated against the night sky. We are currently in the middle of cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System rocket. Its two largest tanks, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. On this particular shot, I want to draw your attention to the far right-hand side of the screen. You can see the flame there. That is a hydrogen flare stack. That is part of the operation. That hydrogen flare stack takes the engine bleed, the hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen that is run through the engines, the RS-25 engines at the bottom of the rocket, to condition it for launch, get it ready at the right temperatures to light. After it runs through the engine, it then goes out to a flare stack, and there you see it burning. We are currently in a vented bleed configuration for liquid hydrogen, and we will stay in that until inside of terminal count. So this view will be with us for the duration. And just a note, the liquid hydrogen, it is burning, but it's not giving the flames the color. That's actually the impurities that get drawn in along the way, and they give the color, the orangish color of the flame. And we have an update in terms of the tanking progress so far. We are tracking that with a real-time graphic that is taking data from both of the tanks of the core stage. This visual will allow you to see our progress. On the core stage liquid oxygen, on the left you can see we are at 35% full, currently in fast fill. And over on the right, the core stage liquid hydrogen, the largest tank towards the bottom of the rocket, 40% filled. You can see the capacities, close to 200,000 gallons for liquid oxygen and 538,000 gallons for liquid hydrogen. We've got about a couple hours left to fill the liquid oxygen as it fills at a slower rate during fast fill. Across the bottom of the bar, you can see our progress as we head to the tanking of the upper stage. But again, just about a couple of hours left to tank the liquid oxygen, and just about an hour left on the core stage liquid hydrogen, as that one will fill faster than the LOX. We have about 5 minutes left in a pre-planned hold. And after that, we're going to put up our countdown clock so that you can see it. The hold time was roughly about 3.5 hours long, an extended hold. That's part of the longer operation to tank the liquid hydrogen side of the rocket. Our T0 for our launch today is at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a special launch broadcast that will start at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And that will happen right here on NASA's main channel. Operational commentary, which you're watching right now, will continue on NASA. You can find both of them on YouTube. We have a 2-hour launch window tonight, which the launch team likes having a long launch window just in case they run into some weather. But the launch weather officer has reported that we're 80% go for launch weather. It's not expecting to run into that tonight, and hopefully that holds. Throughout the night, we've been sharing the various stages of the Artemis I mission with you. And with just about 7 hours and 12 minutes left in the countdown, we want to take a look at the big moment, liftoff, and what you can expect to see on the Space Launch System and Orion.
During liftoff and
from going into a half-hour hold, and then once that half-hour hold is finished, they'll go into terminal count and the final T minus 10 minutes. To learn more about Artemis I and our mission around the moon, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. nasa.gov/Artemis-1. It's nighttime here on the east coast of Florida, and we continue counting down to liftoff. Currently in fast fill for both the core stage liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tank. We've got another couple hours of that for the core stage. So far, the launch team not working any major issues. The range is go. Our weather is good, 80% go. Liquid hydrogen will finish in about an hour, and we'll be able to get started working the upper stage tanking. For now, this is Artemis Launch Control. of liquid oxygen. You're looking there at a shot of the liquid oxygen tank venting. That's super cold oxygen gas meeting the humid Florida air and turning into vapor. And there's a look at the numbers. On your left, you can see the core stage liquid oxygen is more than 50% full. Got about another hour and 20 minutes to go in fast fill. And then over on the hydrogen side, moving quick. More than 3/4 full. On a tank that is the largest liquid hydrogen tank ever made into a rocket booster. We also got an update from Johnson Space Center and the flight dynamics officer there. Passed to us through PAO. There are 40 cutouts in our 2-hour window tonight. These are times in which we cannot launch the Artemis rocket. This is down from the 56 cutouts that were reported just a couple of days ago, but these numbers are regularly crunched and examined, looked at. The cutouts range from anywhere from a second or two to about a minute. So they're not a big impact today on the 2-hour launch window that we have that runs from 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We're looking at the bottom of the Space Launch System rocket, the core stage with the 4 engines, RS-25s, built by Aerojet Rocketdyne. Those are heritage engines that came from the Space Shuttle program. And you can see the liquid oxygen vent at the bottom of the rocket as well, wafting up. A water vapor that's chilled from the liquid oxygen meeting the air. The team is also configuring the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Configuring its guidance and navigation. And at the very top, you can see the launch escape system, which covers up the Orion spacecraft, which is the spacecraft we're going to send around the moon with a launch tonight. And one of the major objectives is to bring that Orion back from lunar orbit faster and hotter than any human-rated spacecraft has ever returned back to Earth. And we now also understand that on this particular flight, it's been calculated that Orion's maximum distance from the Earth, once it gets into lunar orbit, is 268,553 statute miles. From launch to splashdown, the total number of miles is estimated to be 1,228,000, roughly. And Orion's going to get about 80 miles away from the moon. And we have cameras on Orion in which we hope to bring you that imagery should we have a launch this evening, or should I say early tomorrow morning. We're moving along well. Currently, We are 6 hours and 15 minutes on the T clock, 6 hours and 45 minutes on the L clock. This is Artemis Launch Control. And we have an update now. The tanking fast fill for liquid hydrogen has completed. The fast fill has completed. And now we are in topping. Again, core stage liquid hydrogen fast fill is complete, and now we are at topping. And you can see the graphic there. We've still got about an hour left on the core stage liquid oxygen side to the left. Now currently 64% full. Currently had no issues. We went through the test on the liquid hydrogen side. Did get a leak rate at just over 4%, 4.3% I believe. And but then it went back down, which is tracking exactly as the launch team expected it to, with the kinder and gentler, as they call it, loading procedure for liquid hydrogen. All great news there. And so as liquid hydrogen goes into topping, we continue to have the liquid oxygen in fast fill. And you can see the venting of liquid oxygen coming up from the bottom of the rocket. We've got an update on a mission that launched not too long ago called Capstone. This is a mission to test out the lunar orbit that one day Artemis will use to put our gateway station around in lunar orbit called the Near Rectilinear Halo Orbit. It's a special orbit. The Capstone mission operations team confirmed that NASA's Capstone spacecraft arrived at its orbit at the moon Sunday evening. The CubeSat completed an initial orbit insertion maneuver, firing its thrusters to put the spacecraft into orbit at 7:39 p.m. Eastern Time. Capstone is now in a near rectilinear halo orbit, or NRHO. And this orbit, of course, is the same one that will be used by Gateway, as I mentioned, the moon orbiting space station that will support NASA's Artemis missions. Capstone is the first spacecraft to fly NRHO. Getting an update now on the rocket. After 2 cleanup maneuvers, the Advanced Space and Terran Orbital team will review data to confirm that Capstone remains on track in the NRHO. Orion will be going to a distant retrograde orbit around the moon, but as I mentioned, follow-up missions will seek to go into the NRHO orbit. Just got an update from the launch team. Core stage is now in replenish, now having moved from topping into replenish, so it's at 100%, and the propellant that is boiling inside, being that liquid hydrogen is minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit, it is boiling the entire time inside that rocket, just as the liquid oxygen is, and you can see it venting out the side of the rocket. But again, liquid hydrogen now in replenish, which is a great milestone for the launch team. And now they're beginning to configure ICPS. We've had some RL-10 engine purges. They're purging the liquid hydrogen engine system. The core stage tanking must be complete before and you're looking at an engineer who is currently scanning the core stage thermal protection system. It's the butterscotch colored thermal protection system. It's spray-on foam, which helps keep these super chilled propellants cold. They still boil and they still vent off, but that additional insulation helps slow the rate of that boil. And so if you were following our program, you know that we had some thermal protection system. Some of that thermal protection system has what's called cryo pumping. Small cracks in the TPS. It's not a problem for the rocket, but it can sometimes give off some vapor, as you see to the left side, lower left side of the screen. So the engineers will scan the TPS for any cracks, any frost balls, just making sure that they are keeping a constant eye on anything that happens in that TPS that might signal something more severe. But so far, to this point, all is well with the rocket. Coming up at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have a special launch broadcast that will begin on NASA TV. Tell you all about the Artemis program. We have interviews with astronauts and some special features for you. We will continue the commentary that you're watching right now on the NASA Media Channel. This is Artemis Launch Control. As you can see on the screen, you can see the liquid hydrogen tank is 100% filled. All 538,000 gallons. Currently it's boiling off, and that is being replenished. That's why they call it replenish mode. On the core stage, we're 3/4 filled. Core stage liquid oxygen currently flowing into the rocket. That's the long pole in the tent. Configurations are being made to prepare the upper stage for liquid hydrogen tanking. Everything's moving smoothly so far. It's been a relatively quiet countdown, which is great. I mentioned a little earlier the calculations on Orion's maximum distance from the Earth. We just learned it'll be 268,553 statute miles. And it'll come as close as right around 80 statute miles to the moon. Once in space, the Orion spacecraft will begin a 26-day mission. So let's learn more about that right now.
Orion will travel through
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome here to NASA Kennedy Space Center and here to the Launchpad and our live launch coverage of Artemis I, NASA and humanity's return to the moon for the first time in 50 years. We're super excited to have our team on site, not only here at NASA Kennedy Space Center, but at the historic NASA Kennedy Space Center press site, as well as in different sites all around the Space Coast. I'm joined here by Kieran on site. Kieran, how's today been?
Today's been awesome. Like we've just been saying about how the general day and being on site and stuff, everything's just seemed a lot more uplifting. Everyone seems a lot more excited. Everyone seems a lot more positive. We're definitely well, we're confident that it's going to go tonight.
It's feeling good. It's feeling way better than it did the first couple attempts. We have a fueled core stage right now.
Yeah.
That's way further than we ever got before, so I'm taking that as a win. But if it's your first time here, welcome here at the Launchpad. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together. And if you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, space briefing, space news update, or exclusive one-on-one interview. We're excited to be answering your guys' questions live. So if you have those, you can send those to us in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll work on answering those over the next little bit here. We're going to do some live commentary now. We'll take another commentary break and then bring you some more updates throughout the evening from here live on site as we now count down towards the opening of today's launch window. At this time, we are just coming up to L minus 6 hours, 1 minute, 25 seconds, and counting as the core stage is now in replenish for its liquid hydrogen. That's the one that was leaking all the time and is in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank. And they are getting ready to configure that second stage, the ICPS. But again, if you have those questions, you can send us those in the chat. Make sure you tag us at the Launchpad so we can see those and answer them, as we want to be able to answer those for you. Also, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Really helps us out. We know we got an incredible crew around the world, and it's great to have you all here today. Straddle Blaster, how's the weather feel down there? Kieran?
The weather's sorry, I was proper out of it there. I was watching the awesome views that we've got on some of the shots of the rocket. Yeah, the weather's been quite nice. It's been the humidity's here, but it's not like unbearable. It's not too warm, it's not too cold. It seems just nice, but it is a bit cloudy, which we're hoping will clear up. There is clear areas in the sky that we can see from here, but there is a few hours to pass, so we can only hope. So hopefully we'll see a nice clear sky for launch. But either way, if it goes, I'm happy, and even happier if the sky is clear at the time.
Absolutely, it's definitely a bit more bearable standing out there for 6-8 hours on end leading up to a launch attempt than it was a couple of months ago. So looking forward to that. I know we've been seeing questions coming in over the course of today as we look at the animation currently showing the progress of filling both parts of the core stage. We do not have an animation like this for the ICPS or the second stage, but it is currently getting configured for fueling as well. But you might be asking, why is there a red clock on the top left of our screen that says L minus 5 hours 59 minutes? But on NASA's feed, that blue clock that is so beautiful and lovely on every screen in that top left corner is saying 5 hours 29 minutes. Why are our clocks different? That is because there are two countdowns for the Space Launch System. Yes, two, just to make it confusing. One is the L minus and one is T minus. T minus is your operational countdown, and that is one that we go into holds into. If you were with us throughout the count today, you would have seen it say 6 hours 40 minutes, and it stayed there for over 3 hours. That was a planned hold. That is when NASA's teams will be going through procedures to make sure they're at checkpoints that they need to be before they proceed to continue closer to the launch attempt. The L minus, which is what we've used here as a standard for the last few months at TLP, that's your real world time. That is your time counting every second towards when that expected T0 is. So you'll be able to have a much better idea on when the launch will actually be able to occur. So right now you've got 5 hours, 58 minutes, 15 seconds and counting until the opening of today's 2-hour window. And that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on. It is a 2-hour window, of which we have about an hour and 10, hour and 15 of it that they're able to launch in. The number of conjunction events have actually gone down from 57 to less, so that's a good thing. We're going back out to the moon, not just low Earth orbit, so we have to actually look about all the stuff we've put in low Earth orbit, make sure that we can get the spacecraft out of our kind of debris cloud
Yeah.
that we've put into orbit.
Well, like you were saying about the conjunctions, hopefully that'll start to dwindle out because of the stuff that the new rule that was passed recently about old satellites having to be deorbited within 5 years, just to clear up some of them old useless satellites that aren't in use anymore. So hopefully that'll make things a little clearer up there. I mean, it'll never get rid of it all because there's so many up there that's still in use, but any bit of clearance is better than no bit of clearance.
It's a start, and it's a start of that change of mindset of that space is just as important for us to have organized than we don't. I see a question coming in from Ian, but if you guys have questions, keep sending those in the chat. Make sure you tag us at the Launchpad. They help us make sure we see your questions so we can answer those. Ian's asking, what stages of this rocket will be recovered and reused?
Orion for definite getting recovered. Well, that's the aim anyway. If it doesn't, then there's something gone wrong during flight. But we hope minimum Orion will be coming back. I mean, are they really? Didn't I heard somewhere that they were going to try and recover what they could, but I think for at least for this one, they're just focusing in mainly on getting it there, getting it back. That's the main aim of this Artemis I mission. So I'm not sure exactly what they're going to be recovering. Zach might know more better on that one because I'm not the recovery guy. I like to see it go up and go, ooh, pretty.
The SRBs technically used to be recoverable. They're not they're not going to be recovered anymore. The core stage won't be either. The second stage won't be. And the Orion will be recovered, but it will not be reused like we're used to with Crew or Cargo Dragon yet. They want to get to that by the end of the decade where they bring it down, refurb the whole thing, and then just launch the same Orion, but they're not going to be at that point till Orion 5, 6, or 7. They think at the current timelines. So we'll be keeping kind of an eye on that. Sadly, not a super reusable rocket, but also not really surprising for the scale of this rocket. When you think that this rocket started being designed, if you look at even some of the earliest drawings that have kind of evolved into what is SLS 15, 20 years ago. Reusability was not even thought at that point. So the fact that we are now so used to reusability, obviously with SpaceX, it's an old rocket that's now here. That's the difference between private and government rocketry. So
yeah, I mean the closest thing we got to reusability rocket-wise was shuttle. I mean, would you class shuttle as a rocket? No, shuttle a rocket to the thing it was strapped to.
You had the orbiter, and then it was when the orbiter was strapped to like the boosters and the tank, then it was shuttle.
Yeah.
But it was everyone just called the orbiter shuttle.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we saw Atlantis today, which is always amazing to see.
That still brings a tear to the eye.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still lost for words for it now. Just seeing it going through. I won't say much because obviously there'll be people here who haven't seen it who might want to go and see it, but just prepare yourself. Like I still can't put words to it, but it brought a tear to my eye just watching that pre-show. Yeah. It was just amazing. Honestly, if you haven't done it, I highly recommend it.
You know the neat thing I didn't notice that we did today? We went and saw Saturn, then we went and saw Shuttle, and now we're gonna go see SLS. So we actually went through them in the order of NASA's program. Yeah. And it's kind of a pretty neat thing to be at NASA and be able to see two of the full size, the real shuttle, a real Saturn V that should have flown, but budget cuts it didn't. And then out on the pad, there's our new one. There's nowhere else, even with SpaceX, that you can do that. It's kind of a neat, it's a different place to be because there's so much history in such a small area. And I think that's where like the energy just felt so good today. Like I've been through Kennedy numerous times and people don't really talk to each other. And so many times today, I just saw people talking to each other. oh, are you here for the launch? Or, were you here 2 months ago? And people are excited, and there's an energy, and I think hopefully that feeds to the rocket,
Yeah,
and
the
the
rocket
rocket
gets
wants to go
excited too.
too.
I just saw a question there come up from Alex Viper. Does Artemis use the same boosters from the space shuttle? Yes. In a nutshell, I don't know how else to expand that more, but yes, they're a bit taller. But they're the same. They've been changed in certain ways just to obviously fit SLS and do the job that SLS needs it to do. But yeah, they are the same from shuttle. Yes.
Yeah, so the exact same ones. Believe it or not, some of these segments of the SRBs are from shuttle, flew on shuttle. They've sat in a garage for a decade, and we're like, oh, let's roll them out, dust them off, strap them up. They're one segment longer, which means they burn the same amount of time, but they are 25% more powerful. So I am very excited to later tonight hear physics be broken and SRBs literally tear air. That is how I've always been told SRBs sound. So if you are in the Florida region, and when I say Florida region, if you are anywhere in the entire state of Florida, if you are in southern Georgia, set an alarm, get up, go outside. The entire southern eastern tip of the United States, will tweet out a photo in a little bit, will be able to see SLS if you have clear skies. That is how bright this will be. It's one of the benefits of a night launch. This is something that's going to be special that we don't see for another couple years again, if things go well. And we might not ever see it again if it doesn't go well. But yes, they are shuttle boosters for it. I see Benker is asking how to get the isolated views because I want to see some camps. So there's a couple things there. We've been working with NASA for that. We're extremely grateful for NASA inviting us to be at the press site for Artemis I. We know there was a lot of people wanting to be there, and we're incredibly grateful that TLP is a new media team. This is a big launch, and we're really grateful that they allowed us as a new media style to get to have access and have our teams there. Obviously, we worked with them throughout the multiple delays and scrubs, making sure we could have as much of our team on site for it. And we've already been working on plans for Artemis II, and we're going to have even better coverage for that. We're planning up some studio sets actually earlier today, where we'll have we'll actually be live on camera and have more of our own live sites, and we'll be patching in and taking the raw feeds from NASA themselves. It is an option that was there, but it involves, and I'll be honest, a couple $100,000 worth of equipment to take those dedicated views from NASA. So the option's there, and we'll be working on having that type of equipment hopefully for Artemis II to see them. Those views are not out to the public. They are limited to media, and they're even restricted to specific media. So it's something there. So we'll be going through the camera feeds that we do have from NASA throughout it, and we'll also be posting our own photos and videos on our Twitter following the launch and on our TikTok and other socials. So make sure you're following those. I think in that moment we'll mention it. We're super excited. The Launchpad network launched a couple weeks ago. That's your one-stop shop where you can follow every launch that's coming up, see a full global launch calendar, space briefings, our TLP news, where we're starting to write articles daily, keeping you up to date on everything happening, not only in the States, but around the world. But if you are holding an iPhone or have an iPhone somewhere in your house, the Launchpad app is now available on the store, and we are so excited that it launched before Artemis I. It was a question if it would, but it's there. And to our friends that are Android users, don't worry, it's coming. We're hoping in the next couple weeks. So stay tuned. It is coming. It's in the works already. But unfortunately, a big orange rocket got in the way.
Yeah.
So,
but also the app is amazing already. But
it's just
we've got so much stuff lined up for it for updates. It's crazy. We've got a long line of updates to be out.
We've got 6 months already planned of new features, and these were features planned 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So there's lots coming, and we can only do that thanks to your guys' support. This app has literally been funded by you guys to bring it out, and we want to keep it 100% ad-free. No one wants to load an app to see a launch and there be a big ad for something you don't need. So that's our goal, is to keep it ad-free, and we're doing that through our YouTube memberships and our Patreon memberships. A portion of all those immediately goes to make sure we can cover that app cost and expand that app to bring you guys even greater features. And some of them, I can't wait to show you some of the features that are coming. But if you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll be working on answering those. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, also engage that like button, share out the stream. It really does help us out and let people know that we are coming up to a really exciting historic mission later tonight.
There is another question here from Amy Williams. Saturn V is amazing. Yes, 100% it is. It's huge. Also, yes, it is. Kieran, is it your first time seeing Artemis?
Sadly,
Actually,
no.
no. I was here for the first couple of attempts as well, only a couple of months ago. I was absolutely devastated when it didn't go, but after being here for that first time, I was like, I cannot miss it now. I have to be committed. So yeah, I'm here again, and fingers crossed it's going in just a few hours.
That's the hope. That's the goal. I see lots of people talking in the chat. Ian, I'm right in Orlando. This is going to be amazing. If anyone is in Orlando, Southern U.S., and you see this and you take photos or videos of it, we want you to tag us on social media with all the tags, because we want to see those. And tomorrow we're going to go through those. We're going to retweet some of them. We want to see what Artemis was like from your perspective, but make sure you just tag it with the Launchpad or TLP Live, and we'll be keeping an eye out those tomorrow and retweeting some out. And we'll, if we launch tonight, we're going to launch tonight. Not an if.
I don't want an if.
There's no if. We're going to launch tonight. But tomorrow we are going to do our 100K celebration, which we're super excited about with our team here on site. I have a really exciting cake because I opened my mouth, and lots of other things. We're going to do some giveaways, show you some reveals of a few things, and we're going to bring up some of those photos on stream tomorrow. So make sure you take those photos and videos if you're at Kennedy or anywhere. It can be a little orange streak in the sky or whatever. We want to see what your perspective of tonight's historic mission is like. Just catching up on the chat. I see someone asking, what's the flame in the background? I missed what was on screen right at that time. I do know there is a flare stack that is on site, burning off any of the extra, I believe it's the hydrogen that's on site. So it is something that is normal. I know we saw that last time in a couple of the shots. It's normally on one of the really wide shots that you can see that flare stack. So that is normal. It is a lot further away from the rocket than you think. That is one thing the nighttime really gets kind of confused on these cameras, is actually how far everything is away. Like this camera that you're seeing even right now, this wide shot, is actually quite a distance from the actual base of the rocket itself. It's outside the fence line there.
Let's have a look at chat. Remember, keep sending those questions in. We'll try and answer as many as we can before we try and get set up for more SLS Artemis 1 coverage, because obviously, as you can imagine, there's a lot to prepare as time starts to close in, I'll say, of that final launch countdown. So keep those questions flowing in, and we'll get as many answered as we possibly can.
I've got a question from Dakota. Are you all still looking for local broadcast volunteers for future broadcasts? Absolutely, Dakota. Thank you for actually bringing us the opportunity to plug that. As we said in our mission statement, we believe that space is better together. The TLP team is not where it is now solely because it is full of passionate people that are excited about space. I want to help share that to others. It shocks me, even the number of people we walk around Florida that have no clue Artemis is launching. It's like you drive down the road, it's right there. How are you missing this? It's right there. So we want to help spread that to people that obviously are near the rocket sites, but are also internationally, because it's inspiring to see us getting to do these type of things. It's something to watch a rocket, especially in person, let alone one with people on it, and be like, we are putting that in orbit around our planet that is holding us down with gravity, and somehow we're fighting that and doing things. Now we're going to go back to other planets and then go further than we've gone before and go to Mars. So absolutely, we are looking for more people. I'll get one of our mods to drop the link in the chat there. There's an application on our website. If you go to the About page, tlpnetwork.com, click About, There'll be applications for our TLP news team, our photographer and videographer team, which we call our TLP rocket chasers. And yes, they get some pretty good rocket chaser gear coming in the new year. Yeah, there's lots of spots for people to be able to join on our team. So we appreciate asking for that. You can send them those in. You don't have to be in a specific rocket location. There are rocket sites around the world. We're not only looking at Kennedy, and still send in an application if you're not near a spaceport, because there might be opportunities. There's a rocket site near you, and we can work together to get you to factory, museum, or something, because we have had some amazing opportunities come up that unfortunately Kieran and I just can't be on private jets every day to jump around. So at least not yet. So we definitely want to build that team because there's so much happening. I think we were getting ready for Artemis today, and I've had 8 press releases come into my inbox.
Yeah.
And not little ones, like another lunar starship being booked, and we're going to go into more of that tomorrow. I literally, as I say that, I get another press release from NASA. They're getting ready to go to the moon, and they're just, here's more, here's other information,
other stuff to get excited by.
So we're excited to grow that team. So definitely check that out there. Catching up on the chat. Again, if you guys have questions, you can send those to us in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. We'll try to jump on a few more times ahead of launch there, so you can make sure you're engaging that like button. There's 1,900 watching and 1,700 likes. Let's see if we can hit over that 2K mark for the likes there. And if you guys can share out the stream, I know it's annoying to hear, but it really does help us out here, because you guys make it possible for us to be here on site. Literally 6 months ago, we didn't think all of us could be here, and because of you guys, we're with an entire team of people here.
Yeah, especially so soon after the last time we were here. It was very difficult, but we scraped it together because we wanted to do this stream, get the coverage, and just get this out there. I mean, the support's flowing in, so we feel that we need to do everything we possibly can to get the content out.
We're here for you guys.
Yeah, and
we're here for us too, but we're living the dream for being here for you guys, and that's pretty unique.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome to be able to say that we do. So yes, it's obviously nice we're here, but we do it for you guys, because the only reason we're here is because of you guys. So it's awesome to see so many people here in stream now with 1,900 people with us right now. I almost said 19,000.
Okay, new goal. Let's see if we can get to 19,000 viewers before launch. That is the challenge to y'all.
Everyone share this.
Everyone share this with your friends, your family, even if they've told you, okay, that's enough. Share it again. Yeah. Honestly, this is one of those launches that it's good to push this out, even if you're not normally that type of person. We're going back to the moon for the first time in 50 years. We're not going to see this for another 2 or 3 years again. This is going to be one of those rockets that's very special to see, and we'll be keeping a close eye on that. I'll take a couple more questions here before we take another commentary break. But Brown, thanks so much for being a member. I know we've seen you around for many months, and we appreciate that. Won't Artemis 2 be built bigger than Artemis 1? There is going to be a Block 2 for the Artemis program of the SLS, or Space Launch System. I believe Block 2 will be coming online with Artemis 3 is their current plan, but we'll see what happens. It's NASA and government. To do so, the mobile launcher you see on the right side of your screen right now, that tower that Artemis is standing next to, that doesn't work for Block 2. It's too short. So they actually have to build a whole new one, and that costs $1.2 to $1.4 billion, and they've only really just started on it. So they're going to have to build that up before they can do the Block 2 variant. So I believe we've got at least one more of the Block 1B, which is what you see on your screen now. And on the left there, you're seeing a beautiful shot of those RS-25 engines and those SRBs that we're going to see ignite in just over 5.5 hours from now. Paper Towels is asking, I'm not sure if I've missed it on the Countdown 101. Do you guys know when engine chill begins, or if it has? So slightly different than what we've seen with, we're used to with SpaceX, with engine chill just a few minutes before launch. They are running propellants and cool liquid oxygen through those engine bells of the RS-25s ahead of launch in different periods. So right before they started doing some fill, they ran some prep in there to make sure they chilled everything before they actually fueled it for the tanks and the engines and across the board. And we're keeping a eye on that. There will be a final engine chill ahead of the actual launch. There, the SRBs are not something that actually gets an engine chill, but is something that once those SRBs ignite, there is no going back. We're going to take a commentary break here, listen back into Daryl and the NASA team, and keep sending in those questions. Kira and I will be back with more commentary updates as we count down T minus 5 hours, 7 minutes, 36 seconds, or L minus 5 hours, 37 minutes until launch. But here at the Launchpad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow. So we believe that space is better together, and this is our live launch coverage of NASA's Artemis I mission and their return to the moon. Stay with us.
We are going.
Let's go.
The mission will be a 26-day mission if we lift off tonight. To learn more about the Artemis program, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. This is Artemis Launch Control. coming on console at the Johnson Space Center Mission Control is Judd Freeling and his team. Judd Freeling is the flight director that will lead his team tracking Orion from ascent through translunar injection. This is the third shift for the team at Mission Control Houston. And you're looking live at launch control here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The top row is for the launch directors. And that row below is our NASA test directors, currently flying the ship, so to speak, overlooking the countdown and making sure that everything goes smoothly. And so far, everything has gone smoothly. Got a thumbs up just a couple minutes ago from one of the NASA test directors. L-5 hours, 28 minutes until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control. And we just reached topping for the core stage. Liquid oxygen topping on the core stage tank. Just moments ago. Okay, we've just reached replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. Again, replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. A major milestone reached this evening, as now both tanks of the core stage have been filled. Both are in replenish. Both are boiling propellants and thus venting off the gas that results, as you can see there on the left side of your picture, as the liquid oxygen side vents off that super cold oxygen gas that then condenses the water in the atmosphere and creates that vapor plume. And now we have just started upper stage loading operations, shifting now to tanking the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It too has a liquid oxygen tank and a liquid hydrogen tank, much smaller though. LH2 chill down now in work for the upper stage of the rocket, which holds 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen. On the liquid oxygen side, there are 53,000 pounds of capacity. The RL-10 engine Okay, we are now loading LH2 in the upper stage. Again, LH2 loading in the upper stage, that's liquid hydrogen. Listening to the team on their communications channels. All right, very good. And so the propellant for the upper stage, as you're looking at that shot right there with the two spotlights illuminating the Space Launch System out at Launch Complex 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The propellant will flow through the umbilical at the 240-foot level, just below the one that you see to the left in the foreground. It's in the background there. And so now we are tanking the upper stage. SLS Chief Engineer John Blevins calling this a very clean count. So far. We're headed to a liftoff time of 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time on the 16th. We have a 2-hour window. Hopefully we won't need it. the liquid oxygen team reporting out that they are now ready for upper stage loading operations. Again, the liquid oxygen team ready for upper stage loading operations to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Core stage liquid oxygen tank is at 100% and is in stable replenish. It took roughly about 4 hours and 23 minutes to tank the core stage from the moment the go was given by the launch director at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Artemis launch director, gave the go. And now loading of the upper stage is underway. And so they're giving the call right now for the LOX team, liquid oxygen, to start their loading operations. T-minus 4 hours and 12 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking live at the Space Launch System rocket with Orion at the top, getting ready for a launch to the moon. We are currently in the midst of cryogenic tanking the upper stage of the rocket after a 4-hour and 23-minute successful tanking of the lower core stage. Currently, both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen on the upper stage are in fast fill, which is a great milestone. The ICPS, the upper stage of the rocket, that's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage made by ULA. It's a modified Delta upper stage. Has 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen and 53,000 pounds of liquid oxygen. The liquid oxygen team reporting out that they'd like to pick up the pace a little bit on their side of the upper stage. So far, we've had a pretty clean count. It all started at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time when the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, gave the go for cryogenic. Finished that tanking at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We are tracking towards a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch on November 16th. You'll look at the clock at the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That is a time. So you have to add a half hour to that to get the true time to launch, which we call the L clock. That half hour is used by the launch team to do any catch-up work and prepare for the final 10 minutes of the count, which is called terminal count. The launch team configures the rocket up until the point, and at T-minus 10 minutes, it is then given over to the ground launch sequencer, which is software and a computer that then configures the rocket, bringing on all of the high energy systems in the last few minutes as they count down to liftoff. You're looking at the lower portion of the rocket and the midsection of the rocket. You can see the venting happening as the liquid oxygen is now venting from the ICPS. The ICPS has multiple liquid oxygen vents, so you can see them in 2 locations. And then the full shot of the rocket there, you can see the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage currently venting out from the upper portion of the rocket. That liquid oxygen tank sits in the upper third of the core stage. Throughout the evening, we've been telling you a little bit more about the Artemis mission. The primary objective of the Artemis I mission and this launch tonight is to send the Orion spacecraft around the moon and then test its ability to return from lunar orbit and endure the extreme heat of re-entry.
Interagency team, including the United States Navy and Air Force,
To learn more about Artemis I, get to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update on the tanking of the upper stage of the Space Launch System. We are in fast fill for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Liquid hydrogen stands at 18% filled. Again, 18% filled on the liquid hydrogen side, and we are 44% filled on the liquid oxygen side. Both of these are the tanks on the upper stage of the rocket, the ICPS. Again, 18% filled for LH2, 44% filled for liquid oxygen. T-minus 3 hours, 38 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are waiting the launch of the Space Launch System rocket. Currently on the pad, you're looking at venting from the upper stage of the SLS as we are in fast fill for both the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Just got a weather update to the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. 45th Weather Officer, Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin, giving some good news, saying that the trend of the weather is our friend. Some thicker clouds are moving into the area over the launch pad, but it was only just one thick cloud in the area, would have violated flight through precipitation rule, but it is now thinning out, and that was the only one they're tracking, not within the launch area. And so because the clouds are starting to thin over the launch complex, we are back to 90% go for launch. Again, we are back to 90% go for launch weather. Only concerns that the LWO is tracking at this moment is the thick cloud rule and the cumulus cloud rule. You don't see it in the shot. It is nighttime, but early in the evening we did have some cloud cover over the area. But conditions are calm enough for the LWO to bump up the go for weather to 90%. Great news there. Launch director has asked for another update in just about an hour on the weather. And I just heard a completion of LOX fast fill complete for the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. And now they are proceeding with an LO2 tank valve test. Great news there. We're still tanking the liquid hydrogen in the upper stage. Again, another milestone reached. Fast fill is complete on the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. This is Artemis Launch Control. T-minus 3 hours and 17 minutes until liftoff of the Space Launch System. That's L-minus 3 hours and 47 minutes. We have a half-hour hold that we're going to be going into at the end of, towards the end of the countdown. I want to give you an update now. The launch team is tracking an intermittent leak on the cord stage replenish valve. This is on the hydrogen side. The location is at the base of the mobile launcher. The team reporting to the NASA test director, it's going in and out of leak measurement. Momentarily, it spiked to 1.5%, but then came back down, and they continued to monitor it. Going over 1% is the violation. It was only there for a short period of time, came back down. It's 1% is the violation mark, as I understand from the engineers, because this is an open air sensor, different from the closed volume sensors on the previous leaks, if you may recall from the previous launch attempts. So the team is monitoring it. If it were to continue to degrade, it would put the upper stage LH2 into stop flow. It's back down at the moment into the 0.2 range. And so, again, the team just continues to monitor, but they have advised Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson that there's not a lot they can do from here. If it were to go back up above 1%, they would have to send the red crew into the pad. Now, that's the team that is specifically trained to go into the launch pad with a tanked rocket and do work. But we're not there yet. I want to emphasize, not there yet. Again, the team's monitoring this. Of course, we'll keep you updated. Percentage-wise, let's talk about the upper stage. We are at 60% filled for the liquid hydrogen upper stage. For liquid oxygen, we're almost filled, currently at 92%. Again, upper stage 60% for liquid hydrogen and 92% liquid oxygen. We're in fast fill for liquid hydrogen and topping for LO2. Quick look at the core stage just to review. We can put up a graphic that'll give you a check on that. Core stage reached its replenish mark, which means fully tanked and filled at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And there you see the graphic. 100% on both tanks. The core stage, of course, 750,000 gallons of super chilled propellants. And of course, we'll continue to track the countdown. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update, we are now in stop flow for the liquid hydrogen core stage. Again, we are in stop flow for liquid hydrogen core stage due to an intermittent leak on the replenish valve. Okay, the NASA test director has advised that they are now putting a plan into work to send the red crew into the pad. Again, the NASA test director putting together a plan to send the red crew into Launch Complex 39B and the mobile launcher area. Discussion is about an intermittent leak on the upper stage. I'm sorry, intermittent leak for the core stage replenish valve, which is inside the mobile launcher. Now it's in the planning stages, so they are not going out there yet. But again, the team being mobilized. The red crew operates out of a building about 4 miles away from the launch pad. Discussion is around torquing down the packing nuts at the base of the ML. The leak has increased. And so the team currently taking planning action to send that red crew team in. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the latest. This is Artemis Launch Control. Upper stage LOX is in replenish. Upper stage liquid oxygen is in replenish. Meanwhile, the launch team continuing to work a solution to an intermittent leak at the core stage replenish valve. It is on the side of the mobile launcher, and the discussion is around sending a red crew into the launch area, up to the pad, and having them go up and torque bolts connected to a valve that has shown some intermittent leaking. They're currently discussing it now. Stand by for more information. This is Artemis Launch Control. Okay, T-minus 2 hours, 44 minutes and counting. Have an update on the situation with the intermittent leaky valve for the core stage liquid hydrogen. The NASA test director just briefed about getting ready to send the red crew onto the launch pad. The cause is an intermittent leak on the core stage liquid hydrogen replenish valve. Its location is on a skid on the side of the mobile launcher. As a result, the liquid hydrogen for the core stage is in stop flow, coming out of replenish, which replaces the liquid hydrogen that is boiled off. And so the only way to fix it at this moment is to send a red crew out to the pad. This is inside the blast danger area and is considered a hazardous operation. Here's the plan. The launch team is going to send 2 technicians with a safety lead to compartment AB12. That's on the side of the mobile launcher to torque packing nuts to resolve the intermittent leak. The techs will take 2 vehicles, drive up the pad surface. They'll exit their vehicles, go up the stairs to the 0 deck, then downstairs to the location where the valve is, and then torque the packing nuts. The red crew says it should take them about 15 minutes to do. Then they would return to their vehicles from the route that they came in on. Now, emergency services, EMS, have been notified along with pad rescue, and they are standing by for the start of this operation. And right now, the NASA test director is briefing the launch team on the procedures. HASGAS will be closely monitoring sensors that are with the technicians for high concentrations of oxygen, hydrogen. And so there is a high degree of focus by the teams, especially the safety team, hazardous operations, currently getting ready to be underway in just a few minutes. Again, intermittent leak on the core stage liquid hydrogen replenish valve. It's on a skid on the side of the mobile launcher. The red crew team has been mobilized. The plan to torque down bolts inside the ML where the valve is has been briefed to the launch director. It's been signed off on, and we're awaiting the departure of the red crew team out to the launch pad. Stand by for more updates. This is Artemis Launch Control. All right, Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson just gave the go for the Red Crew team to enter Launch Complex 39B that you issue with a leaky replenish valve on the side of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the gray structure that you see there. The Red Crew team is a highly trained group of individuals, 2 technicians and 1 safety lead that will be making entry into the pad to tighten down bolts, the packing bolts on the valve. It is a straightforward job as described to me by the launch team. Once they're at the valve location, the Red Crew has advised it should take about 15 minutes to do the work. So they should be in and out of there relatively quickly. There's no troubleshooting to be done. They have a specific task that they're going to go in there and perform. And then they'll depart the pad. It is a hazardous operation inside the blast danger area. And the launch team will be tracking their every movement. EMS is standing by, along with pad rescue. We'll keep you updated. This is Artemis Launch Control. Okay, you're looking at a live shot of the launch pad and the two vehicles at the bottom that just arrived, the two technicians, and the safety representative. This is the red crew that is specifically tasked to go out and tighten some bolts on the core stage hydrogen replenish valve on the side of the mobile launcher. It is a hazardous operation. But as you can see from this camera view, and I have view of the safety team here, they're monitoring multiple camera views and watching the red crew as they do their work, looking to fix an intermittent leak that popped up about an hour ago. T-minus 2 hours and 13 minutes. We are tracking the red crew, 2 technicians and a safety representative that have made entry to the launch pad and are currently inside the compartment where the leaky replenish valve is. Again, the red crew, which is a specially trained crew to work in and around a fully tanked rocket, is inside the compartment area where the leaky replenish valve is. It's on the liquid hydrogen side. Their job is to torque down the bolts, the packing nuts on this particular valve, and that is, as I understand it from the launch team, currently in work. Safety team is watching on cameras that are in and around the launch pad. This is not a totally uncommon operation. The red crew, there's a number of individuals who stand by ready to do work on the red crew who are specifically trained in their areas of expertise when they have to put hands on at the launch pad after or during tanking. So this is likely to eat into the launch window. An update on the tanks. We are in replenish on both the liquid oxygen core stage and upper stage. We are in stop flow for liquid hydrogen on the upper stage and the core stage. And that stop flow, of course, is related to the intermittent leak on the replenish valve that's on the side of the mobile launcher. We saw the red crew go in. The red crew estimates it'll take about 15 minutes to complete the job. And then they're coming right back out. This is Artemis Launch Control. T-minus 2 hours and 7 minutes and counting. We are currently tracking work done by the red crew, currently out at the launch pad, a specially trained crew, torquing down some bolts on a hydrogen replenish valve. The safety team has eyes on it. They're currently doing that work. I want to make a programming note for you. Currently, if you're watching NASA TV's main channel, we are now going to begin the special launch broadcast that we have planned. Meanwhile, over on the NASA television media channel, we will continue with operational commentary. Again, we're getting ready to start a launch broadcast, a special launch broadcast on the NASA TV main channel, but we will maintain operational commentary on NASA TV's media channel. Please stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control. Meanwhile, over on the but we will maintain operational commentary on NASA TV's media channel.
where the energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history today. I'm Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. Kayla, great to have you here again.
So awesome to be here tonight.
Well, some of you may know this, but Kayla served as a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission. It launched to the International Space Station in November of last year, and she lived and worked there for about 6 months. Today, I am thrilled to have her here with me to talk about this rocket behind us illuminating beautifully the night sky here in Florida.
Yeah, it's so awesome to be here tonight. When I first walked up and saw the view from the desk here, I was just blown away by how close it is and what an awesome view it's going to be when we get to launch time.
Yeah, it's a magnificent view, and I know you're especially excited about this because if we launch today, this will be the first launch that you actually see from the ground.
Exactly. I've never been able to come see a launch in person, except for my own, of course, but that's a little bit different perspective.
Very different, yeah.
But to be here for the world's most powerful rocket and the first test flight of Orion and SLS is just amazing.
Yeah. So our 2-hour launch window opens at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. So Kayla, tell everyone, why are we returning to the moon?
We are returning to the moon to learn more about it. The moon is a perfect place to learn more about our solar system, how the moon formed, but also how the Earth and the rest of our solar system formed. And we know so little about it. There's a lot to learn by returning there and doing some awesome geology work, but it's also the perfect proving ground for our continuation, exploring further into our solar system and eventually going to Mars.
Right.
We need to test all the operations concepts, all the equipment, habitats, rovers, suits, all of these things. And so it's the perfect place to test all of those things out and learn the things we need to do something that's almost hard to wrap your head around, going all the way to another planet.
Absolutely. Really ambitious goals, and it all starts here with Artemis I. So Artemis I is the first flight test of NASA's brand new Space Launch System, or SLS rocket. It's the world's most powerful rocket and will send an uncrewed Orion spacecraft farther around the moon than any of the Apollo missions before it. Artemis II will be the first crewed mission around the moon, and then Artemis III will use a brand new human landing system to bring astronauts to the surface of the moon. Future Artemis missions will dock to Gateway, NASA's lunar orbiting space station, before descending to the moon. So Kayla, what must we demonstrate with Artemis I before we put astronauts on board for those future crewed missions?
This is our first integrated test flight of the rocket, the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion, the capsule that crew will fly in on Artemis II. And so it's really important for us to put all of those systems together and actually send them to do a mission, test all those systems in real time in concert together. We do a lot of testing before we get to this moment, before we get to launch day, but it's not integrated, and we're not actually putting the systems under all of the real world stresses they're gonna see.
Right.
So we wanna see the rocket perform, we wanna see Orion make it around the moon, go super deep into space, and then come home and successfully re-enter. So the heat shield actually has to withstand the fastest and hottest re-entry we've ever seen in human spaceflight. So that's a big thing we want to see. The heat shield perform successfully, and then of course recover the vehicle, test all of that. So it's a lot, but it's the important first step before we put crew on the vehicle.
Yeah, lots of eyes on this one for sure. So tanking of the rocket began at 4:30 this afternoon. NASA's Daryl Nail is inside with the launch team and has some information about an issue they're currently working.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. The launch director gave the go for tanking shortly after 3 p.m. this afternoon, but as of right now, there is a red crew, as they are named, a specially trained team of individuals out at the pad making an unplanned change to a replenish valve on the liquid hydrogen side. There are 2 technicians and a safety representative that are right now working inside the mobile launcher. It's in an open air area that has a replenish valve that goes to the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage. Now this happened roughly earlier this evening, probably about an hour ago, when a leak was detected at the core stage liquid hydrogen valve by the launch team here inside Firing Room 1 at the Launch Control Center. Unfortunately, the team here was unable to remedy the leak remotely, and so it became necessary to send a crew of individuals, called the Red Crew, out to the launch pad to make a hands-on fix, so to speak, to that valve. And what they're doing is they're torquing down bolts that are on the valve. They believe that by torquing these bolts down, they'll get a better seal on that replenish valve, and that should remedy the leak. The leak was detected by the hazardous operations team here inside the launch control when the percentage of hydrogen went above 1%. Now that's significant for this particular area because it is an open air location, the skid valve that runs the liquid hydrogen into the core stage. And we had reached replenish when this leak was detected. Over on the liquid hydrogen side, of course, there's two tanks on the core stage, liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Both had been topped and gotten into replenish when this leak was detected. Currently, liquid oxygen is topped off and stable in replenish, but the liquid hydrogen is in stop flow at the moment, which will prevent them from proceeding forward with a launch until that leak is remedied. Again, this red crew is inside the area, inside the blast danger area, working inside the mobile launcher, torquing down those nuts that are associated with the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the operation. In the meantime, I'll send it back to Megan.
The team rolled the rocket back to the pad 2 weeks ago, and it stayed there through Hurricane Nicole, which made landfall last week as a Category 1 just south of Kennedy Space Center. Teams inspected everything after the storm and confirmed they were ready to try and launch today. Now, Daryl is one of a team of people helping to bring you today's uncrewed flight test. We have Jasmine Hopkins nearby, also inside with the launch team, who will interview some key players in our return to the moon. We also have Leah Cheshire inside Mission Control at Johnson Space Center. Dan Hewitt with a new tool we're excited to show you. Leo Martin at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, and finally Brian Cizik with the U.S. Space Force monitoring weather. With 1 hour, 54 minutes until liftoff, how are we looking, Brian?
And you showed we certainly had some interesting weather here in East Central Florida over the last several months, but I'm happy to report we're not looking at any type of satellite imagery like the ones you just showed. Overall, weather is looking quite favorable as we head throughout the countdown and into the launch window. So here's what we're looking at right now, really just one area of concern. That's these upper level clouds that are moving in. So there's a cold front in the Gulf of Mexico right now. That's producing some showers in the Gulf, but those are not expected to get to us by the launch window. But the upper level winds are bringing in some cirrus clouds that are moving in. Now they're high enough and thin enough where they're really not going to be a concern. For it to be a thick cloud layers rule violation, they'd have to be a lot thicker and a little bit lower in the atmosphere in order to hold a charge. So that's what we're looking for in these lightning launch commit criteria, not just natural lightning, but rocket triggered lightning potential, as some of these clouds can hold a charge. A rocket can actually induce a lightning strike in an atmosphere that's not strong enough to produce a natural lightning strike. So that's really what we're watching. But right now, weather is go. These clouds, as I said, are high enough and thin enough where they're really not going to be much of a concern. But we are going to be watching it. My colleagues Melody Lovin, Mark Berger, and the rest of the launch weather team will be watching this very closely as we head closer to T0. So let's take a look at the graphic. The latest briefing, 90% go. Really the only concern being the thick cloud layers rule and a very small concern for the cumulus cloud rule. But overall, the weather is looking favorable. As I said, right now, weather is go. Those clouds are high enough and thin enough where we do not expect them to be a concern. So I'm happy to report a very favorable launch forecast as we head closer to T0. Megan, back to you.
Don't you just love hearing 90%? You know, that's wonderful, especially here in Florida. You know what I mean? Weather can really be tricky here in Florida. So 90% is perfect. Now, Florida Space Coast has been the primary launch site for NASA's crewed missions for the last 6 decades. First Apollo, then Shuttle, the Commercial Crew Program, which Kayla flew up as a part of, and soon Artemis. Let's go now to NASA's Jasmine Hopkins.
Thank you so much, Megan. We're here in the Launch Control Center amid all the excitement in Firing Room 2, and I'm so glad right now to be joined by our Kennedy Space Center Director, Janet Petro, and our Deputy Director as well, Kelvin Manning. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Hi, Jasmine.
We are so glad to have you. This team has overcome a lot to get to today. We are no stranger to storms on the Space Coast. We overcame Ian, and then Nicole. Janet, how did we embrace the challenge?
That's my line, Jasmine.
Yeah.
I got to say, I couldn't be more proud of the team out here. Everything we did to get to this point, and then to have those 2 storms thrown at us at the last minute. Nicole, all the evacuations. As you know, one time we remained at the pad, and the other time we had to roll back to the VAB. But I got to tell you, across the workforce, whether it was our program people, across the agency, our institutional support organizations, they all came together and worked as a team. And so here we are tonight, looking forward to a great launch.
Right, we're a very strong team, and we have been at this for years, for decades. We started off during the Apollo program, but now we've evolved into what we're calling a multi-user spaceport. Kelvin, what does that mean?
So when we were getting ready to retire the space shuttle, a lot of people thought we were going out of business, literally shutting down. But our leadership team, we had a vision to create what we called a multi-user spaceport to become the world's premier government and commercial spaceport. And so that's happened over the last 10 or so years, probably a lot faster than we thought it would. But right, if you would say, you ask us, well, what's the future look like? I'll tell you, we're just getting started.
Right, the future is very bright for us, and this is a really big day for NASA. I mean, Artemis launch, but an even bigger year for Kennedy Space Center, the diamond anniversary, our 60th anniversary. Janet, how have we commemorated that big milestone?
Oh, we've had a whole bunch of celebrations all along this year. As you know, Kennedy became a center back in 1962. As you said, we've been celebrating all year long, and I can't think of a better way of culminating our diamond anniversary with a launch of the Artemis for the Artemis generation later this evening.
Right, that is so exciting. And what does it mean for both of you to be leading the center at one of our busiest cadences we've ever seen? We've had over 40 launches this year alone. What has that been like?
We're gonna get past 50 tonight, I think. But for me, I'm incredibly honored to be leading this team. It really is all about the team and the workforce. We have such a highly skilled, a highly dedicated, a highly motivated workforce. We have an incredible mission, and we all come together and embrace the challenge and make things happen.
Right.
Yeah, it is a privilege to work here, and it's not about us. Like Janet said, it's about the people.
It really is. It's about this great team. Janet, Kelvin, thank you both so much for being here tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jasmine. Go Artemis.
Yes, go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
Absolutely. Megan, back to you.
Great to hear from them. So 1 hour and 48 minutes and counting till our 2-hour launch window opens. We heard Dale report out that there is a team at the pad working an issue. So why don't we go back to him now to see if he has an update for us.
Yeah, Megan, continuing to track the Red Crew's work at the Launchpad. This is a specially trained team of 3 individuals, 2 technicians, 1 safety representative who are currently right now inside the mobile launcher at the base of the Launchpad. They are doing work on a replenish valve, currently torquing down the bolts in order to remedy a leak in that replenish valve that was detected a little over an hour ago. Now, this is significant because currently with a leak, they have had to go into what's called stop flow on the liquid hydrogen tank of the core stage. Normally, under replenish, they continue to flow liquid hydrogen into the tank as it boils off in order to maintain a level of around 100%, but that has been in stop flow, and so at this moment, we are slowly losing liquid hydrogen in the core stage hydrogen tank. The Red Crew went in and is currently working a little longer than expected on the issue. It was estimated that it would take 15 minutes to do the work, but as we're now finding out, the Red Crew is torquing down the bolts and then backing out of the area and allowing the launch team to cycle the valves to test to see if they've got that leak fixed. So as they do this, we understand they will cycle this work, go in, cycle the valves, torque them down again if it continues to leak, and then back out and test the work. And this may continue until they have it fixed. The red crew going onto the launch pad isn't a totally uncommon occurrence, certainly new with the Artemis program, but work like this was done in previous space programs. The red crew is specially trained for this work. They are accustomed to working around in hazardous operation, especially a fully tanked rocket. Again, we are tracking Red Crew's operation out at the pad. It's expected that this will eat into the launch window, which currently we have liftoff at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, but the window runs 2 hours to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, monitoring the Red Crew's work. We'll have more updates for you a little later on. For now, back to you, Megan.
Thank you, Daryl. Some quick programming notes. For the first time ever, we are broadcasting a launch in 4K. You can watch it on NASA's YouTube channel or check your local provider to see if you have NASA's UHD channel. The audio of our broadcast is also available on the local amateur VHF and UHF radio frequencies you see at the bottom of your screen. So if you're here along the Space Coast and interested in that, make note of those frequencies now. Or you can watch today's launch with live commentary in Spanish. That broadcast starts at midnight on NASA en Español's YouTube page, which we're showing you now at the bottom of your screen. Now, Kayla, why did NASA choose the name Artemis for our return to the moon?
Well, in Greek mythology, Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo. So it's really a connection back to the Apollo era, the amazing things we did as part of the Apollo program. But we wanted to give a nod to the future. You know,
Sure.
it's a new set of missions. We're with new objectives. So it's a connection to the past with an eye towards what we might do as part of the Artemis generation.
Yeah, let's talk about what those future ambitions might be. I mean, landing the first woman and first person of color on the lunar surface, that is a worthwhile ambition.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we've come a long way since Apollo in so many ways in the space program, but one of the ways we've evolved is our astronaut corps more closely reflects the nation it represents now.
Sure.
So those crews will be more diverse, and we think those diverse perspectives, not only in our astronaut corps, but our larger team, only make us a stronger one.
Yeah, all right. Well, coming up, we are going to hear from some of the Apollo astronauts and learn more about what we will accomplish for humanity by going back to the moon. We'll meet some of the women shattering glass ceilings to bring Artemis to life, including NASA's first female launch director. We'll also show you the Space Launch System up close and what happens when the cutest group of visitors gets the surprise of a lifetime. Plus, we'll take you around the world to show you how people are marking this hashtag Artemis. We already have some questions from some celebrities. I know you're going to love these questions, so you're going to have to keep watching to find out who sent those in. And we also invite you to share your moon-inspired content using the hashtag NASA MoonSnap. Here's a sample of some that's already been sent in. This one's beautiful. The flower in the foreground there, the moon in the background illuminated so beautifully.
Here's an awesome one. It looks like we have an eagle here flying over the moon. Just beautiful. It's been really cool to see all these artistic submissions.
Oh yeah, really creative. And we're going to compile as many as we can and show them later in the broadcast. Now, let's check back in with Daryl. We do like to check in with him as much as possible to see if we can get any updates from the launch team. Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, Megan, we just saw the red team give a thumbs up to the camera as they are doing their work out at the launch pad. Currently, they're torquing down some bolts to the specification required in order to try and stop what has been described as an intermittent hydrogen leak in the area. It went above the 1% threshold, and so that is a violation of the has-gas limit in that area. The team continuing to work. As you look at the rocket on the pad, they were called out to the pad about a half hour ago, and they appeared to be making their way, at least have stepped back from the area of work. The way that the workflow has been going is they torque down the bolts, step back a little bit. The launch team then cycles the valves to check to see if the leak is still there, and then they come back in, and this has happened a couple of times, and start torquing the bolts again. The rocket was nearly fully tanked. The core stage was in replenish for both hydrogen and oxygen. The upper stage had nearly been finished when the leak was detected, and the countdown, though it is continuing, the rocket, the leak had to be addressed in order for the launch to proceed. The replenish puts the hydrogen back into the tank after it boils off, and so currently we're in a stop flow which no longer allows a replenishment of the hydrogen tank, and that would not allow us to have a launch without those tanks being in total replenish, and also in a vented configuration, which has also been put on hold. I'm sorry, not a vented configuration, but rather an engine bleed has been stopped. And so that would need to continue as well in order to get the engines conditioned for launch. That's the latest here from Firing Room 1 at the Launch Control Center. Megan, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Daryl. 1 hour, 41 minutes until, again, the planned start of the 2-hour launch window. Right now, let's head over to the Apollo Saturn V Center at Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Complex, where NASA's Dan Hewitt is just inside in front of a Saturn V rocket, which is the only vehicle to date to carry humans beyond low Earth orbit. He's going to show us what he has behind us there, the moon board. It's an interactive tool.
Yeah, thanks, Megan, and welcome everybody. We're in the Saturn V Center, fitting that the rocket that carried astronauts to the moon of Apollo is just over our shoulder as we meet the rocket that's going to do it with the next generation under Artemis. So SLS, the Space Launch System, is out on the pad right now. It's on the mobile launcher. Before we jump into that, just to give you some perspective, so that valve that Daryl's been talking about is in the base section of this mobile launcher down here. That's different from the areas we were focused on in August and September in these 33-foot tall tail service mast umbilicals that are delivering the hydrogen and oxygen to the core stage of SLS. But let's jump right in. A couple of key components to SLS. We're going to start here on the sides with the solid rocket boosters. If they look familiar, they're derived from those that flew the space shuttle. In fact, some of the segments of these boosters today were flown on previous space shuttle missions. We call them solids because of the type of propellant inside. If you were able...
Are they done?
The propellants into the core stage itself, and as these are firing, each one providing up to 500,000 pounds of thrust during operation, consuming 1,500 gallons of propellant every second as they go uphill. Now, these are liquid rocket engines, which means you need a fuel, about 500,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen, and an oxidizer, about 200,000 of liquid oxygen up here. That hydrogen gets fed through feed lines down at the bottom of the tank here. The oxygen coming from these two feed lines you see running down out of this, the intertank section. The intertank also has the upper attachment points for the solid rocket boosters. The bottom attaches down here at the engine block. Now all the way up top we have the forward skirt. It's where you have your core avionics, your brains for flying SLS, as well as connections to the mobile launcher
1 hour
and
and
some
38
antennas. And if
minutes
we zoom
and counting. We have an update now. Again, an update from Launch Complex 39B. The Red Crew has completed their work at the pad, tightening down some bolts that seal a liquid hydrogen replenish valve on the side of the mobile launcher. I want to correct something that I said earlier, and that is that they are not leak checking it in between torquing the bolts. They are just cycling the valve in between torquing the bolts to make sure that the bolts are secure. Again, the work that happened was tightening down the bolts on a leaky replenish valve on the liquid hydrogen side that feeds the core stage, and they cycled that repair, cycled the torquing of the bolts as the launch team cycled the valves. The work is complete, and the red team is on their way out of the pad. They're specially trained to work inside the blast danger area. There are 2 technicians and 1 safety representative now headed out of the mobile launcher. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Jay Marshke and other capsule communicators will be training throughout the mission in preparation for Artemis II and beyond. The Capcom is the single person in the room who speaks with the crew, gathering info from mission control team and keeping streamlined communication with the astronauts in space. We're counting down to liftoff when teams here will really jump into action and monitor the first Artemis flight, sending Orion further than any crew-rated spacecraft has gone before. But for now, Megan and Kayla will send it back to you at Kennedy Space Center to keep walking us through the events of the day.
Well, you just heard Leah remind us that no one is inside Orion today. Again, it's because Artemis I is a flight test to prove we can safely return crew from lunar orbit on Artemis II. And when we launch the first crewed mission, NASA has a very diverse and talented core to choose from, including Kayla here. We're looking at video now of some of your friends who got to go to the pad. That looks fun.
Yeah, it's always so exciting to see the rocket on the pad because you know you're getting close to launch. So we're all just really excited to see how this test goes today.
I wish I could have gone out there with them. You and me, what happened? We didn't get our invite. And I thought this was fun too. Some of your friends also got to fly over the pad in T-38s. Here's video of that now, incredible video. So these flyovers were common during shuttle, right?
Yeah, and we still try to do them whenever we can. We actually use the T-38 jet as a training platform. It's a chance for us to practice making real-world decisions in a high-risk environment, practice working as a team, and a good analog for spaceflight.
Okay.
But we also like to fly by the pad when we can, when we have a rocket out there. It's a way of saluting and thanking the team for all the work it took to get to this moment.
That's great. Yeah, a worthwhile thing to do because, yes, the team has worked so hard to get to this moment. And you spoke about training. Has training already started for Artemis II for you guys?
We've been developing the training, but the crews aren't assigned yet, so they're not in dedicated training flows yet. But our team at Johnson Space Center, where we train for human spaceflight, are working on all of the things that we're going to need to teach the crew and the best ways to go about that. Once we get that crew assigned, they'll be straight into training right up until launch day.
Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I can't wait to hear who gets assigned.
On the operation out at the pad, the work is complete and the red crew has departed the BDA. Again, the red crew that was out at the pad torquing down the bolts to a leaky core stage hydrogen replenish valve has been complete, and the red crew has departed the blast danger area. The team will now start checking the valves, those that hydrogen valve, to determine if the leak has been fixed. A discussion will now take place on what to do about the requirement for a 90-minute engine bleed with liquid hydrogen. That was interrupted when the core stage replenish went into stop flow as a result of the hydrogen leak. Again, a discussion about how to manage the 90-minute bleed will be happening, and we'll give you the latest on that in a moment. For the meantime, we're at L-1 hour and 28 minutes and counting. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Wedding, friends backpacking in Alberta, Canada, and then my in-laws.
Right side up.
Together on a family vacation. And I also brought some flags, some American flags, and then United States Navy flags, since I'm a naval officer. So things like that, I think it's just so human to want to bring stuff with you, right? Souvenirs. Who doesn't love that?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think for most of us, pictures of our family and friends, things that connect us back home, are the most important.
Yeah, 6 months might not sound like a long time for people, but it is, right? Wouldn't you say? And you're also so far, it's nice to have those tangible things that remind you of home.
Absolutely. Yeah, really important for us.
Cool, cool. Thank you for bringing those. Those were really fun to look at. All right, 1 hour, 27 minutes and counting until launch. And we have our first questions from social media. So let's take a look at the clip here. Kayla, you're going to notice a familiar, handsome face.
Hey there, I'm Chris Evans, and I play Buzz Lightyear in Pixar's Lightyear movie. I was wondering, when we fly future Artemis missions with astronauts, how many people can fly on board the Orion capsule at once?
My nephew's probably asleep, but he's a big Buzz Lightyear fan, so he's probably going to enjoy watching that question tomorrow. But we can get 4 astronauts in the Orion space capsule. It's a little bit bigger than the Apollo capsule, about 30% more habitable volume. And so instead of supporting 3 crew for about 2 weeks, Orion can support 4 crew for about 21 days.
Okay, good. Good first question. Let's take a second question now. Can a microbiologist be an astronaut?
Absolutely, and we already have microbiologists who are astronauts, like my training classmate Zena Cardman. So yeah, we hire people from all sorts of different backgrounds. All you have to do is have a STEM degree. Beyond that, you can come from any pathway. So some of us are military astronauts like me, either aviation or I'm a submariner, but we have a ton of people from different scientific and engineering communities, including microbiologists.
Yeah, I love that it's so diverse, because I think diversity really adds to what you guys can do.
Yeah, and those unique perspectives, I think, make us stronger as a team whenever we're tackling a new problem. Having people with different, not only academic backgrounds, but all of these scientists, a lot of them have different field experience. So like Zena worked in some really extreme environments in Antarctica, in caves, doing a lot of her research. So it's not that different than what we're hoping to do at the South Pole of the moon. So these perspectives are really important for us to form the best team that we can.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, I think we have time for one more question, so why don't we pull one up? What is the coolest part about Artemis to you?
I mean, I think I can't even quite get my head around how it might feel for the crew to orbit the moon on Artemis II and see it up close. And then, of course, on Artemis III to actually land on the moon and conduct a moonwalk. It's just going to be incredible to have that view back of our home planet. And so just the thought of sending human beings back to the moon, it's just super exciting for all of us.
I honestly didn't know how you're going to answer that, because there is so many things to look forward to pinpoint, the thing that you're most excited about. I thought that was going to be a hard question, actually. All right, so great questions. Keep them coming using hashtag Artemis wherever you're watching this broadcast, and keep sending those moon-inspired content too. Again, that's hashtag NASA MoonSnap, and we're going to show some of them later in the broadcast. Okay, 1 hour, 24 minutes and counting until hopefully liftoff of Artemis I, and it's time for another update with NASA's Daryl Nail, who's with the launch team as they were monitoring a leak.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. We're inside the firing room number 1 here at the Launch Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center. And currently we have an update on that red crew, which went out to the pad to torque down some bolts on a leaky hydrogen replenish valve for the core stage. And that update is that the red crew has departed the blast danger area. They have completed their work. They got the go at 10 p.m. this evening, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, to go out and conduct work that took roughly an hour from the time they were given the go till the time they left the blast danger area. The technicians, 2 technicians and 1 safety representative, did the work out at the pad on the replenish valve. And now that they are on their way back, the team is now examining the work and whether or not that leak is still there. What we do know is, you may have heard me mention that this put the liquid hydrogen tank into stop flow, and as a result also stopped a required 90-minute engine bleed for the liquid hydrogen side. Teams have come to the conclusion that only a 45-minute bleed is required at this point. They can resume the bleed at the point that they left off, and it'll be enough to meet that requirement for launch. You're looking now at a graphic where we're tracking the core stage fill rate. We did this earlier this evening. Took about 4 hours and 20 minutes to fill the core stage. You can see on the left that the core stage liquid oxygen is at 100%. That's the same for the upper stage, and both are in stable replenish. As you can look to the right, though, you can see that we're at 97% for liquid hydrogen. The reason for that is because when we went into stop flow, that means that the replenish was no longer refilling the tank, and that liquid hydrogen was boiling off and draining some of the capacity out of that particular tank. So we've lost some liquid hydrogen. The plan is to resume, of course, the filling of liquid hydrogen, which goes into that into the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage and then vents out on that flare stack that you see to the right, where excess hydrogen is burned off. That's the latest here from Firing Room 1. Megan, we'll send it back to you.
Two solid rocket boosters ignite, sending SLS and Orion into the sky. On the way uphill, we'll have a number of jettison events, things coming off the rocket. One of the most visible, these two large solid rocket boosters a little over 2 minutes into flight will break away. We'll also have the launch abort system come off once we're high enough, and then 3 fairings which are protecting Orion's capsule and service module during the flight through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. Now, after the core stage has consumed its propellants, we'll hear MECO, main engine cutoff. Those 4 engines will cut off, the core stage will drop away, handing over propulsion duties to this, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Its first job is a perigee raise maneuver. Perigee just means the lowest point of your orbit. This will give us a nice circular path for Orion around our planet. While it's there, we can really check the spacecraft out, make sure everything from electrical systems, guidance, navigation, and control, communications are all functioning before we commit it to heading to the moon. And we do that with this, the Translunar injection. This will be about an 18-minute firing on today's timeline, and this is done to give us enough energy to get out of low Earth orbit and make our way to the moon. Shortly after that, the ICPS will separate. It'll do a disposal burn, sending it around the moon and into an orbit around the sun, but from there on out, propulsion duties get handed over to the European service module. It's going to make a couple of outbound trajectory correction burns on the way out, critically testing that orbital maneuvering system engine, that large one on the very bottom that's going to be needed when we start making our maneuvers around the moon to get into what's known as distant retrograde orbit, or DRO. To do that, we're going to do the outbound powered flyby, dipping in about 70 or 80 miles off the lunar surface, really pushing with that large engine. That's going to slingshot us around. We're going to do a final orbit insertion maneuver, and then we will be in DRO, distant retrograde orbit, this dotted line right here. Distant, we're about 40,000 miles off the lunar surface, and retrograde because the moon orbits the Earth in a counterclockwise fashion. We're going to be going clockwise, opposite retrograde. It's a very stable orbit, doesn't require a lot of energy to maintain your space there, really lets us put Orion through the paces, learn about using this spacecraft in deep space. But eventually it'll be time to come home. We'll fire up the engines once more, do a departure burn. This is what commits us from departing the moon and heading back home. We'll dip in close to the surface once more for the return powered flyby and execute correction burns on the return transit as we target a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Before that happens, the spacecraft separate. The European service module's job is done. It drops away to burn up, revealing the heat shield. This is goal number 1 for this flight, is testing that heat shield at lunar return velocities, because when we hit the upper atmosphere, we're going to be moving more than 20,000 miles an hour, heating that up to more than 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So really need to make sure that that can withstand that heat of reentry. After it makes it through, parachutes deploy, Orion splashes down in the Pacific, a Navy ship and other recovery assets are standing by to pick it up out of the water and bring it in to the first mission in the Artemis program. So that's all still going to unfold. It all starts with launch today, though, so let's get back to the countdown. Over to you, Megan.
Our return to the moon would not be possible without our partners across the country and the world. So joining us now is Frank Davina, head of ESA's European Astronaut Center. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Well, so I want to ask you, talk to me about Airbus and how that company and ESA contributed to the Orion spacecraft.
Well, Airbus is of course the lead manufacturer and integrator of the service module of our Orion capsule, and that will fly to the moon. So this is a very important part, of course, because without the service module, it's clear that we would not get to the moon or would not be able to return from it. So it's a very important partner for ESA, but there are industries across Europe, not only Airbus, but across Europe, that are contributing to the service module in Italy, in France, Belgium. Really, it's a really European project.
Yeah.
Frank, we've been close partners, NASA and the European Space Agency, for decades now, and partnering on things like the space station, scientific exploration, and of course commercial crew missions. Matthias Maurer, ESA astronaut extraordinaire, was on my crew, Crew 3. Can you tell us a little bit more about what makes these partnerships so important?
Well, it's important, these partnerships, because we want to do sustainable exploration of the moon. We want to explore space on a sustainable way. And I think partnerships in that sense are essential. One nation alone, could they do it? The US maybe, yes. Europe certainly could not participate to a lunar program by themselves, or could not do it by themselves. But I think if we do it as a partnership, we can go a lot further, we can do a lot more. We can leverage technologies, we can leverage talent in all these countries across the globe that can really push the partnership forward.
So looking ahead to future Artemis missions, we're going to have ESA astronauts on board those. Have you guys begun preparing for that training, anything like that?
We have actually started preparing already for lunar missions, surface missions. We have a program called Pangaea in ESA, which is basically, there are NASA astronauts participating in those trainings. Stephanie was just over with us just 1 week ago, doing field trips, and we are actually starting to prepare to see also which technologies do we need to use that we can, at the best possible way, do science on the moon, because of course we just do not go there to walk around or do two things. We want to do real science, we want to do discoveries, we want to live there for a sustainable way. So which technologies do we need? And that we are actually starting already in the European Astronaut Center. We actually started already more than 5 years ago developing this training program. So yes, we are involved again together with our NASA colleagues and colleagues from the international partners to start preparing crew to really do sustainable surface exploration of the moon.
Yeah. And you guys are doing more than just crew, right? You guys are contributing to the Artemis programs in other ways?
We are contributing to the Artemis program in many ways. Of course, the service module that we will see launching here hopefully today is the biggest part today. But we are looking into a lot of other capabilities. First of all, there is the gateway. That will be a real element to enable the sustainable exploration of the moon. We have the communication system on the gateway, we have the IHAP, the habitation module, we have Esprit, which is a refueling module, which is essential if you want to sustain the gateway there for a longer period of time. Of course, you need to be able to refuel the system. So these are essential elements, again, that ESA is providing. We're also providing small technology experiments. Radiation, for example, will be very important. We are looking in crew exercise device for the gateway. We are looking into medical systems. So these are also small components, but for the crew that are very important because we need to keep the crew healthy there.
Minus 1 hour and 13 minutes.
You have so much that you're contributing. We really
The range has
appreciate it.
just advised the NASA test director that one of their assets required for launch is down. And so at the moment, the range is no-go due to a lost signal on their radar site. Again, the range has advised the NASA test director that one of their assets required for launch is down, and so as a result, the range is no-go at this moment due to lost signal on their radar site. The range is working on the issue. NASA test director has asked the range to keep them updated. And we'll do the same. This is Artemis Launch Control. Update on the core stage liquid hydrogen replenish valve. Work is complete. Red Crew team is back. and we have resumed flow into the core stage LH2 tank. Again, we have resumed flow into the core stage LH2 tank. Meanwhile, the team is working to get the upper stage liquid hydrogen configured to resume the fueling operation on that part of the rocket. Stand by for more updates. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Really great interviews, and wow, I saw that drone shot that we had showing all of the bleachers filled with people there to watch the launch. That was incredible. If you're just joining us, welcome to NASA's live launch coverage of Artemis I, our return to the moon in almost 50 years. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron, who flew on NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission and returned home earlier this year after living and working on the International Space Station for about 6 months. I gotta ask you, how was that experience?
It was incredible. We had such an amazing time up there. The Expedition 66 crew was awesome. I've been saying since I got back that we're the happiest crew in the history of the space station, and nobody's been able to really challenge me on that yet.
You guys look very happy in that photo.
Oh man, we were just like a family up there executing an incredible mission. Some amazing science experiments. We got to do 3 spacewalks. It was just, you couldn't have planned a perfect first mission for me, Matthias, and Raja, and of course our veterans up there, Mark and Tom. It was amazing. We had an incredible time.
Yeah. Wow, look at that photo of you in the cupola. That is amazing.
Yeah, the views are beautiful. It's just like every time you look out the window, it takes your breath away.
Wow. And now here you are adding some valuable insight into Artemis I. This is our 3rd opportunity to launch NASA's brand new Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft. This is an uncrewed flight test to pave the way for future crewed missions, starting with Artemis II. And Kayla, you could be chosen to fly on some of those future missions. How does that make you feel?
Honestly, it's a little unbelievable to me. I could barely imagine what it'd be like to go to the space station until I did it. And just thinking about what it would be like to look back at the Earth from orbit around the moon or even standing on the moon kind of blows my mind.
Wow.
So yeah, it's hard to even imagine that that's true, but it's a really special time to be at NASA and an even more special time to be in the astronaut office.
Yeah, that's a beautiful picture of you seeing the moon, right?
Yeah, that's sort of a moon spotting adventure there. I've got binoculars. One thing that's really cool about seeing stars and the moon from orbit is you're not looking at them through the atmosphere. So you get these very clear views.
Oh.
And the moon is always super spherical. You never get these sort of slices that look kind of flat from Earth. Up there, you see it in 3D, it feels like.
Wow.
So yeah, I think we all sort of fall in love with the moon from space in a whole new way.
Yeah. Well, today's launch attempt comes amid a very busy year for us at NASA. Some of the highlights include 2 more commercial crew launches with SpaceX, Crew 4 in April, you're seeing there, and Crew 5 last month. In May, NASA and Boeing flew OFT-2, the 2nd uncrewed flight test of the Starliner capsule. The goal is to certify the capsule for regular flights to the International Space Station after a crewed flight test next year. In July, we released the first images captured by our James Webb Space Space Telescope, and wow, they are magnificent. Pictures like these could help us answer some of astronomy's biggest questions about how our universe began. And then in September, we intentionally slammed the DART spacecraft into asteroid Dimorphos and successfully changed its course. The asteroid wasn't headed for Earth, that's important to say, but the test was to show that we could defend our planet if needed. And recently, 2 other missions that benefit the Artemis program. Last week, we tested a new inflatable heat shield that could help us eventually land humans on Mars. And just 2 days ago, Capstone arrived at its intended orbit around the moon. The small satellite launched from New Zealand in June and will now test the unique Lunar Orbit for a future space station there. You heard us talk about a gateway. Now, Kayla, what do you think about all that NASA is accomplishing?
I mean, those are all just amazing examples of why it's such a cool time to be part of human spaceflight and the larger space program. We're learning so much, not only about our home planet, but our galaxy and the universe. Like those James Webb images just capture my imagination every time they release a new set.
Yes.
And so it's, we have a lot going on and a lot to be excited about right now.
I hope people are following along for it because it is truly great, and we want people to share along with that. So, all right, 1 hour, 6 minutes and counting from liftoff of Artemis I. Let's head back to the Launch Control Center with Daryl Nail.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. So we get an update for you now. The Red Crew, of course, completed its work on torquing down the bolts for that replenish valve on the core stage hydrogen side. And now we are back in replenish for core stage hydrogen, which is good news. The team now looking to work on that upper stage, and we understand for the update to the NASA test director, they just informed the NTD that they can start getting back the flow on the upper stage as well. It went into a stop flow roughly around 10 p.m. Eastern time after a leak was detected. You can see the core stage status there. The liquid oxygen side is in stable replenish, both for the core stage and the upper stage of the rocket. Over on the right side, you can see we've lost some hydrogen since going into a stop flow. That allowed some liquid hydrogen to boil off during about an hour or so while a Red Crew was sent out to the launch pad to make repairs. Now, the hydrogen bleed for the engines was reestablished, and it looks like the team is back on track to recover that after a stop flow halted the bleed. They are required to bleed that liquid hydrogen through the RS-25 engines for 90 minutes, but they're picking up where they left off, and that appears to be on track. In the meantime, we've had an update from the range, and the range has informed the NASA test director that currently at the moment, if we were to launch now, they are no-go due to the loss of signal on a radar site. That's currently being worked right now. Again, the range advising the NASA test director that they are no-go. The range is not clear for launch until they remedy that issue on their radar site. And so we're also tracking that. In the meantime, we started this at 3:23 p.m. Eastern Time. Got the core stage tanked in about 4 hours and 23 minutes, and now looking to get everything back on track to try to make that launch window at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, which has a 2-hour window associated with it, all the way to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. That's the latest from the firing room. Megan, back to you.
Phantoms will be equipped with about 20 battery operated
patterns for his suit, even how his collar worked and how the NASA meatball looked.
Lucky for us that Snoopy has this twin that's staying here on Earth. That way we can take a closer look at how cute he is. And this orange suit, I mean, it is amazing. It's actually the same material that would be worn by Artemis astronauts, right?
Yeah, you know, the suits we'll be wearing in Artemis ultimately are an update of the suits that the shuttle crews wore. They're this iconic orange color. And we've updated them, though, with new technologies and also new crew capabilities so that they can best protect the crew in our return to the moon. I actually got to work with that suit team before my assignment.
That's cool.
And so the suit's kind of near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I think we have a picture of you wearing the suit as part of when you were helping to design it, right?
Yeah, so I was our representation from the crew office, from the astronaut office, to the engineering team that's working on putting this suit together. So I got the chance to wear it for some of the early testing, and it is an amazing suit, and it'll protect us while we're in the vehicle.
Cool. So what was your zero-G indicator?
Yeah, like the video mentioned, we always choose stuffed animals. So we actually had a turtle. We named her Pfau, which is German for peacock. And we chose that because Raj and I are from the turtle training class. So we thought it would be fun to have a sea turtle as our zero-G indicator. But we wanted to have a nod to Matthias, who is a German astronaut, so that's why we gave her a German name, and Tom, who's from the peacock class. So she's peacock colored, and it kind of worked for everybody.
I was about to ask, I was like, wait, why is it German for peacock, but it's a turtle?
Yeah, exactly.
Now I get it.
It was, you know, diplomacy, crew diplomacy
Now
move.
I get it. So we had Turtle, we have Snoopy here. Why is it always toys?
Stand by. The range is
crews
updating
taking
the
stuffed
NASA
animals from-
test director at the moment. Again. Okay, we're back in core stage topping for liquid hydrogen. Fast fill is complete. Again, back in core stage topping on the liquid hydrogen tank. And the update on the range. The range safety officer reporting to the NASA test director that the problem they had with access to the data from their radar site was a bad Ethernet switch. Again, the problem with the radar was actually a bad Ethernet switch, and the range is currently working to change it out and re-verify it. Range reporting that it should take about 70 minutes to perform that work. This is Artemis Launch Control. T-minus 42 minutes and counting. Got an update now on the liquid hydrogen loading operation. The upper stage is now in fast fill. Again, the upper stage of the rocket is now in liquid hydrogen fast fill, currently at 58% filled, while the core stage liquid hydrogen is in replenish. Again, the core stage liquid hydrogen is in replenish. On the liquid oxygen side, both core stage and upper stage are in stable replenish. Update on the range. The range informed the NASA test director that they will need to take a little bit longer to verify the replacement of an Ethernet switch, which cut out data that they were receiving from a radar site. We're looking at about 50 minutes left in work that the range is doing to replace that Ethernet switch. This is Artemis Launch Control. Yeah, we've had a couple of issues that the launch team has been working, and we have an update on both of those. First of all, is the leak, the liquid hydrogen leak in the replenish valve out at the mobile launcher. We understand from the launch team that that leak has not recurred. The work that happened out at the pad is that the red crew and the work that they did out there remedied the leak. That's good news. And now the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage is back in replenish at this moment. And the upper stage of the rocket, liquid hydrogen side, is in fast fill. You can see from the graphic there that we are back up to 100% over on the liquid hydrogen side on the right hand of the screen. On the left hand of the screen, you can see we have been in stable replenish for liquid oxygen. Now, with regards to the range, they reported that they had an issue to the NASA test director with their radar sight. Later found out that that was actually a bad Ethernet switch that was cutting out and not providing them the data. The range reported that they will swap out that bad switch, and they're currently working on that. They advised at the time, about a half hour ago, that it would take them minutes into that work. They did just recently update the NASA test director to say that it's going to take them a little bit longer because they're going to need to re-verify this Ethernet equipment once they have it installed. Again, that work is ongoing, but at the moment, if we were launching right now, the range is no-go as a result of that bad Ethernet switch. The Dolly-Lu file, which helps steer the Space Launch System through the upper atmosphere, has been uploaded to the rocket, and so we're good to go there in terms of other configurations that are ongoing. But we are continuing to monitor communications of the launch team about holding to the top of the window, currently slated for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. But we do have 2 hours, and we have yet to see whether or not the launch team is going to be able to make enough adjustments in order to hit the top of that window. No slip yet, but we're monitoring their work, and we'll give you an update when we have it. Back to you, Megan.
distribute the electricity to the crew module and the service module equipment so that they can operate. And the third function is the thermal control of the system. The service module accommodates radiators to reject the heat that is produced by all the equipment and the crew that will eventually be in the Orion. Finally, not on Artemis I, but on future Artemis mission, it will have tanks to store the crew consumable, the water, the oxygen, and the nitrogen.
Right. So we understand, too, that you are monitoring launch here in Firing Room 2 with us. And you also have a team. We're going to bring up a picture of that team right now, or a live look inside ESA's control room in the Netherlands. So can you tell us, what is your team working on today?
Yes. Well, the ESA team is not only back in the Netherlands, it's one aspect, but we have also a significant team in the control room in Johnson, in the MER control room. And their role is to monitor the telemetry from the service module to make sure that all parameters are within their nominal behavior, that the operations are performed also nominally, and for sure identify if something goes wrong, if something goes not nominal. And if something non-nominal is identified, then they will have the role to support the NASA team to troubleshoot the anomaly and prepare the recommendation to be brought to the mission management team for a decision on how to operate the vehicle forward.
Great. We're really glad to hear that your teams are monitoring here, Johnson in the Netherlands as well. And this has been a huge collaboration. There were 10 countries that contributed to the European service module. Can you tell me about that teamwork?
Indeed, it was a real teamwork of about 60 companies across 10 European countries. Well, together with the prime contractor, we have selected the finest companies available in Europe to build the state-of-the-art equipment which is needed to go back to the moon with humans.
Right, we're going back to the moon and farther even beyond. Thank you so much, Philippe. I really appreciate you being here tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Of course, of course. Megan, back to you.
Now it's time to check back in with Mission Control in Houston. Leah, how are things over there?
Things are good over here at Johnson Space Center, which is just one part of an agency-wide effort with many NASA programs doing their part to make future missions a reality. When the first woman and first person of color travel to the moon, they'll be wearing a state-of-the-art launch and entry spacesuit called the Orion Crew Survival System. When they set foot on the moon, they'll be in another all-new next-gen suit, both being developed at the Johnson Space Center and through partnerships with commercial providers. During those spacewalks, astronauts will collect samples for further study of the moon. The Astromaterials Research and Exploration Science Division at JSC is preparing to receive rocks, soil, and ice collected from the moon's south pole, which has a unique crater impact history and ice deposits that have never been sampled. And leading the effort to advance capabilities for science, exploration, and commercial development of the moon is the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative, or CLPS. More than a dozen American companies are developing science investigations and tech demos. Additionally, we need a sustainable presence, a specific station in orbit to facilitate continuous lunar access and serve as a home base or a jumping off point for new deep space exploration missions. This is where Gateway comes in. It's a multi-purpose lunar space station being developed by a worldwide effort led out of JSC. NASA is again teaming up with international and commercial partners to create this essential component. Artemis and Gateway will enable NASA's Human Research Program to better understand how the human body adapts beyond low Earth orbit, ensuring future astronauts traveling to the moon and Mars have the tools to keep healthy and thrive in new environments. And with that, we're going to turn it back over to Megan and Kayla at Kennedy.
Thank you so much. So Artemis will also facilitate new discoveries about the moon. So to tell us what we're hoping to learn, we have Sarah Noble here. She's the Artemis Lunar Science Lead. Great to have you here.
Thanks.
So tell us about what we know about the moon.
Yeah, so we learned a ton about the moon during Apollo, right, from the samples and the data that we collected. In fact, we're still learning from those samples and data even today, 50 years later. But then since Apollo, we've actually been studying the moon mostly from above, learning about getting more of a global perspective on the moon that we really didn't have during Apollo. And so that's allowed us to ask a lot better questions and to understand where to go to find the answers to them.
Now that we're headed back to the moon, sending human beings as part of the Artemis program, what are we hoping to learn that's new?
Yeah, so we're going to an entirely different part of the moon for Artemis, right? During Apollo, we kind of landed almost in the same place, like 6 times, right? In the sort of central near side of the moon. But for Artemis, we're going to go explore a new part of the moon. We're going to go to the South Pole, which is some of the oldest rocks on the moon. It's the part of the original crust of the moon. And there's places there that are permanently shadowed, where we think that water and other molecules sort of get trapped, and we really want to understand what those are, and so that we can use them for both science and for as a resource.
Sarah, we're also planning to land a rover at the South Pole of the moon in late 2024. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. The Viper rover, the Volatiles Investigating Polar Exploration Rover, is going to go land near the South Pole, and it's actually going to explore some of these permanently shadowed areas. It's going to dip into them, drill down, try to find out what that water is, what else is there, what form that water is, how much is there, so that we can really understand it both from a science perspective, and if we want to use it as a resource, we will understand how to extract it.
So some people might say, we have all these rovers, we have access to machines that can do a lot of the work on the surface of the moon for us, so why is it important to return humans to the moon?
Yeah, it's not an either-or proposition, right? There are some things that robots are better at and some things that humans are better at. And it turns out that humans are much better field geologists. We're really much more efficient and better at that. Plus, we can do better. We can deploy more complicated instruments, and we can use tools in ways that it's very difficult for robots to do, so we can collect better samples. And one of the great things is that we can bring back a lot of samples, right? When we do robotic sample return, it's usually a very small amount. But if you look at what we brought back from Apollo, it's a large amount of samples that literally hundreds, probably maybe thousands of scientists have been able to study over the years and over generations. And that's a lot of brain power to put behind those samples.
So again, that's how Artemis and Apollo are different. Now we're utilizing machines and people.
That's right.
To hopefully advance. Yeah.
That's right.
Perfect. Sarah, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
So in honor of our destination, the moon, we asked you all to create moon-inspired content and share them with us using the hashtag #NasaMoonSnap. We got so many wonderful submissions, so why don't we check them out now?
T-minus 14 minutes and counting. We have an update now on the upper stage of the Space Launch System. Currently at 75% filled. We're in fast fill for the upper stage, and currently it is 75% filled for liquid hydrogen. We're in stable replenish for the core stage, both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. And that includes the liquid oxygen on the upper stage. Stand by, we're getting an update from the range on their issue. I'll be right back. Yeah, Megan, we actually have about 10 minutes before we go into a half-hour hold. That half-hour hold is part of the L clock, and what you see on your monitor right now, I believe, is the T clock. So in about 10 minutes, we'll hold for a half hour, and currently the launch team is trying to evaluate how much of a delay may result from some issues that we've been facing over the past hour. Just to recap those, we had a leak in a replenish valve on the mobile launcher that feeds into liquid hydrogen core stage tank. That's been resolved. The leak has been fixed, and we're moving forward. Currently, the upper stage of the rocket for liquid hydrogen is roughly 70 8% at the moment. So that is tracking. Progress continues there. The core stage has been topped off, and now both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen are 100%, along with the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen side of the equation. So we're just waiting on the complete tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen. Now, with regards to the range issue that we had, we just got an update from the range, the 45th Space Wing officer reporting in to the NASA test director that the Ethernet switch has been replaced. This problematic switch took down their ability to see radar from one of their assets, which is key in getting acquisition and signal for the flight termination system if it were to be needed. Of course, this is a critical system that has to be tested before we can launch. So at the moment, we're looking still at a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch, but it is pretty clear from the work that is ahead that it looks like we're going to slip into that window. How much exactly, we don't have an accurate calculation from the launch team as of right now. But of course, we're anticipating that. So for the moment, you see on your clock now, we are in the T-minus 10-minute hold. We just entered that, and now roughly we're looking at 28 minutes to resume terminal count. The launch team will assess what work needs to be done, how that syncs up with the range getting back online with their equipment, and then we should have a new T0 for you soon. That's the latest from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Megan, back to you.
There are so many things that we could eventually learn.
T-minus 10 minutes and holding. Got an update from the range to the NASA test director that their work on the bad Ethernet switch is complete and they are ready for open loop tests. This tests the range ability to send a destruct signal to the rocket in the case it were to go off course and endanger the public. This is a mandatory test that needs to be completed. Again, the range finishing the work on the replacement of their Ethernet switch that was rendered their radar acquisition and sending of the flight termination signal to the SLS rocket repaired. And so now they need to run an open loop test to confirm that they have good signal going into the rocket in case they need to send a flight termination signal. For the upper stage of the rocket, we are, well, let's talk about the whole rocket. Core stage and upper stage. We have the core stage in stable replenish, both hydrogen and oxygen. And in the upper stage, we're stable on the liquid oxygen side. We briefly paused fast fill on the upper stage, which is currently at 80% filled, in order to do a test of the vent valve on that liquid hydrogen tank. Fast fill has resumed, and currently we are in topping on the upper stage of liquid hydrogen. So that is just in. We are into topping on the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen tank, and we are awaiting the range testing their flight termination system with the launch team. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently in a T-minus 10 hold. This is a pre-planned hold that has 11 minutes left. The pre-planned hold goes for a half hour. The T0 is set for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, but currently the launch team is working to catch up to what appears to be a slip into the launch window, which is currently 2 hours and goes until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Now we'll get a solid T0 once the launch team is able to determine how much work is left. But again, it's based on the math and where we are, it looks like we are slipping into the window. But again, that's not official. We don't have a new T0 as of right now. This is Artemis Launch Control. Yeah, that's right, Megan. So we are clearly in a delay now. The NASA test director, who's basically flying the ship for the launch countdown tonight, has said that we are extending the hold that we were currently in at T-minus 10 minutes and counting. And so that puts us off the 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch. We're now slipping indefinitely into the hold. NASA test director Carlos Monge saying that we are currently estimating how much work needs to be done before resuming the polling that is supposed to take place 15 minutes before launch. It then goes to terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. Now we've got an update on the tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. Currently 95% filled. We're in topping on that tank. It is the last of 4 tanks in the Space Launch System that needed to be completely fueled up before we launch. Of course, cryogenic tanking, a complex operation that has seen some delays tonight. We had a roughly hour delay after a replenish valve on the core stage liquid hydrogen side required hands-on work by a Red Crew team that went out to the launch pad and tightened down some bolts on the valve and got it fixed before leaving the launch pad, and then launch team verifying that that work was complete. Now currently we're awaiting some work with the range. The 45th Space Wing, which oversees the range here and makes sure that the airspace and the ocean out over the flight path is clear, and also has the responsibility to destruct the rocket should it go off track. They have been working on some issues with their equipment and sending a flight termination signal to the rocket. There is testing that must happen with the flight termination system that was delayed by a bad Ethernet switch. Switch has been changed out, and now the range is looking to start testing their connectivity to the rocket in order to preserve that safety function that they are responsible for. So again, we are slipping now indefinitely into the launch window. We're awaiting the launch team to evaluate just how much time is required to complete the work to get this rocket ready to launch. And of course, when we have a new T0 for you, we'll report that out right away. Megan, back to you. T-minus 10 minutes and holding. I have an update on a new issue that the launch team was studying, and that's the possible liberation, as they say, of some RTV, room temperature vulcanization, essentially caulk that is around the Orion, between Orion and panels that come off to reveal the solar panels for the Orion and European service module. The problem is essentially this: the caulk has a sensor in it, and it through camera inspections of the rocket, they have been able to determine that it is loose and could potentially come off. This is the same issue that was brought before a mission management team, which evaluates additional risks to the rocket, just a day ago. This happened after Hurricane Nicole passed through and delaminated some of the caulk around the bottom of Orion that connects to those panels. The team has determined that this caulk that encompasses this sensor on Orion is likely to come off after launch. And so the engineering team went and did a full analysis on what that debris trajectory could be once it comes off, and they evaluated that it falls within the same amount of risk that was evaluated by the mission management team a day ago. And so with no additional risk, that constraint has been removed. The engineers going on further to say that the RTV, as was discussed a day ago, is a loose and pliable material that is unlikely to cause a higher risk due to damage. They say it's likely to hit the LVSA, which is the adapter, the cone-shaped adapter that meets Orion and comes down, and the ICPS, and then comes down to the core stage. It is a rigid structure that would be able to withstand the impact of that RTV. So that constraint was just removed after discussion between engineers and the NASA test director, launch director, and mission management chair Mike Serafin. And so now we continue on. We are slipping into the launch window. Currently 9 minutes into the launch window, which ends at 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. The team is currently evaluating the work they have left to do and how much time it will take them to complete it before they can start polling for go. That would normally happen 15 minutes before launch, and we are not ready to resume that polling at this moment. And so we are going into the window. The question is, how deep are we going into the window? A rough calculation of the work, and this is a rough calculation, just for the benefit of those who are watching and those who are here to watch the launch, is no earlier than 1:45 a.m. That again is a rough estimation. This work has to be evaluated, calculated, and a new T0 given, and currently at this moment we don't have that. Just want to be real clear about that. The issue with the range and their radar asset, that has been fixed, and we are awaiting verification of their testing, which is part of the flight termination system, a critical safety system that allows the 45th Space Wing to send a destruct signal to the rocket should it go in the wrong direction. That test has not happened, and although the rocket is fully tanked, both core stage and upper stage, there's still some work to do to get it completely configured and ready to go. That's the latest. This is Artemis Launch Control. Yeah, Megan, thank you. And a clearer picture is starting to emerge as the launch team now reports out that they only have a few minutes left of work to do before they're ready to pick up polling. And we're also hearing that some of that polling, which kicks off with the mission management team, is also now just about 3.5 minutes away. Now, we are currently still in that hold. But the launch team, NASA's test director, is continuing to move the team forward. We've wrapped up work on the upper stage and the lower stage. You're looking now live inside firing room 1, where launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson is overseeing her launch team. We've had a number of delays that have put us off the T0, but we are starting to track to a T0 close to around a quarter till, top of the hour. But we do need to have some polling that takes place. I'm pausing now because I'm listening in to the teams as they communicate. In this launch window, which we're currently 26 minutes into, and it's 2 hours long, it runs until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time, we have what's called 40 cutouts. And in those cutouts, they range from about a second to about a minute. These are times where they can't launch. These cutouts must be accounted for when determining a new T0. The upper stage of the rocket, which was the last to get ready and configured, just recently the team cycled the liquid hydrogen valves, which is required, and they are currently working on the LO2 valves, liquid oxygen valves in the upper stage. That work is almost done. We are now 1.5 minutes away from the poll of the mission management team, which is several minutes before T-minus 15 minutes. When that poll starts, we'll get a clearer picture of our T0. NASA's test director has informed the launch team to all switch to a common communication channel. It's called 232. And what this means is that the entire launch team is now on one channel, and all future communication will happen there. Whereas there are many channels. Now they reduce it down to one. Just heard from NASA test director Carlos Monge. I'm sorry, Jeff Spaulding. Jeff Spaulding's on. They swapped out. There are currently no constraints to launch. Great news. Again, no constraints to launch, and they're getting ready to pick up with a poll to determine readiness for launch. Okay, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding getting ready to conduct the readiness poll, so we are getting close. We're going to pull up the audio now so that you can listen in.
Rockets go. All right, copy all. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
I copy all NTD. At this time, I will proceed with my poll. And attention on 232, this is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS Program Chief Engineer.
EGS Program Chief Engineer verifies that the EGS, SLS, and Orion Program Chief Engineers have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, Greg. Thank you. EGS Chief Safety Officer.
The EGS CSO verifies the SLS, Orion, and EGS CSOs have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, John. Thank you. Range weather.
Weather has no constraints and weather is go for launch.
Copy, LWO. And Mission Manager. And Mission Manager, Launch Director.
Launch Director, Mission Manager on 232. The mission management team has been polled. You have a go to proceed with terminal count and launch of Artemis I.
I copy all. Thank you. And NTD, Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, and for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis I.
Copy, Launch Director, and thank you. All right, we do have a couple of steps to configure, and then we will be ready to resume the clock. CVSE, NTD. CVSE here. Initiate recording of Orion cameras at this time. In work. R, NTD. RSR here. Perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable.
NDT, RSR, booster ignition SNA arm and rotation enable is complete.
And I copy. Thank you.
Okay, so there you heard the poll from Launch
All right,
Director.
and all personnel, we are going to resume the clock here momentarily.
Getting ready to get that new T0 time. The poll that you heard was the NASA Test Director's poll. And
all right, and we have verified no cutouts at this time. And all personnel, we are going to resume the clock. GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. Countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
Okay.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
We are T-minus 10 minutes away from liftoff of Artemis I. As you can see, the clock is now moving. Let's put that up. T-minus 9 minutes and 47 seconds. The L-minus 15 poll complete.
Show
It went
06:47:44 is the new liftoff time.
Affirm.
Okay.
Oh 01:47:44, 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time and 44 seconds. We went straight into terminal count. Liftoff now 9 minutes away. So terminal count. Control has been given over to the GLS, the Ground Launch Sequencer, a computer and software that is doing all of the commanding and monitoring of the Space Launch System. We'll hear callouts from the GLS operator, Alex Pandalos. as well as NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. GLS is pre-tensioning the umbilicals at this very moment. You can see them as they run down the rocket. That's getting them ready to detach. At liftoff, those arms will swing away. We'll let go of the rocket in a clockwise direction. T-minus 8 minutes and counting. The GLS is performing up to 100 commands per second, including configuring ground systems for power transfer to the rocket. GLS is turning on cameras, recording video inside and outside the crew module to collect data for engineers. Purging the aft skirt booster with high flow nitrogen. Clear out any hydrogen gas that may be there. You can see the crew access arm is already retracted. When there is crew during Artemis II, it would happen at T-minus 6 minutes. But out of abundance of caution, they went ahead and retracted the arm well ahead of liftoff. I want to point your attention to the base of the mobile launcher. If something wasn't done to reduce the power from the pressure caused by the rocket's ignition and thunderous sound, it could damage the rocket. So the ignition overpressure and sound suppression system will flood the mobile launcher with water. You'll see that sequence start at T-minus 17 seconds. Now coming up in less than 30 seconds, the ground launch sequencer will start bringing the high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Firing room 1 is completely silent as they listen for the next call.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
The core stage tank is now pressurizing to flight levels. The replenish valve to the liquid hydrogen tank now closing. The liquid oxygen tank will come a little later. Now we're arming the Orion ascent pyros and transfer to internal power. The launch abort system, or LAS jettison motor, is now armed. On this flight, the abort motor is inactive because there is no crew on board. Up next is the flight termination system, or FTS, which gives the Space Force the ability to destruct the rocket if it goes in the wrong direction. Let's listen in for that.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
The flight termination system is now armed. Coming up at 4 minutes and 40 seconds, a big moment. This is where the RS-25 engines and their bleed go to high flow. It's been a little tricky to dial in.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
Good word, we've passed that. The cryo team got the LH2 engine bleed pressure loop dialed in. They are now at the right temperature for launch. Countdown continues. T-minus 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Up next, GLS fires up the CAPUs. Those are high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25s. Stands for Core Stage Auxiliary Power Unit Start. Now leads to the thrust vector control test at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That can proceed now, and we will see the engines gimbal at the bottom of the core stage. At T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds, you will hear the go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve, getting the air and moisture out.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
And in just a few seconds, GLS will close the core stage LOX vent, liquid oxygen. The white vapor cloud caused from the super cold gaseous oxygen condensing the water in the atmosphere will disappear. You see it coming out there now. And there it goes, it's closed. LOX vent closed, pressure rising in the core stage LOX tank to flight levels. Coming up in 15 seconds, look for that thrust vector control actuator test. Engines will gimbal. And there they go. The 4 core stage RS-25 engines gimbaling around, testing the ability to steer the rocket into space. They will operate at 109% performance. Each RS-25 throwing down 500,000 pounds of thrust. All 4, 2 million pounds. Altogether with the boosters, 8.8 million pounds of thrust.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
Now the upper stage has gone to internal power. So power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery power. The same milestone is coming up for the core stage at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
The rocket's core stage, which houses the 3 flight computers, is now on battery power. So there is no more hold time available because there's no more margin on the batteries. So if we have a hold, we'd have to recycle back to T-minus 10 minutes and recharge those batteries. The count continues. A note now, shortly after liftoff.
1 minute.
Shortly after liftoff, Mission Control Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague, Leah Cheshire, will take over commentary. T-minus 50 seconds and counting. Coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, the GLS will hand off control to the ALS. This is the autonomous launch sequencer. On board the rocket, it will take over command and control of the rocket. But the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2 seconds.
GLS, go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing
15.
under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen
GLS,
burn-off
go for
igniters
core stage
initiated.
engine start.
7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams of Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis I. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis I. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated, these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15 foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis I, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3 engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis I. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis I, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. 5 minutes and 42 seconds into the mission, we are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis I, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire at maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control, Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. "30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour. Continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control, Houston. We're standing by for core stage main engine cutoff. And we have confirmation of core stage main engine cutoff. Orion is now in Earth's orbit. The flight dynamics officer reports that we have a nominal main engine cutoff. And we just heard the call for core stage separation. That means Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage are now flying free from the core stage of the Space Launch System. The next milestone will be solar array deploy approximately 18 minutes after liftoff. But before Orion stretches its wings, let's check back in with our friends at Kennedy Space Center and hear all about what it was like to hear the rocket roar off the launch pad. Megan and Kayla, I've got to hear all about it.
Just kind of the delay between what you see and what you hear, because of course the sound travels a little bit slower, and it was just amazing. The ground shook. We could hear the thrust pushing that rocket into space. 8.8 million pounds of thrust.
Yes.
It's incredible. It was amazing to see here live in person.
How does it compare? So this is your first launch on the ground. How does it compare to your launch when you're in the capsule soaring towards space?
I mean, equally emotional, I think.
Yeah.
We train for everything, and so when we're in that capsule waiting for launch, we're just running our procedures. You could almost, trick us and say that we were in the simulator and it wasn't real, but like in that moment of liftoff, when the thrust builds underneath you, like we saw it today, it's just hard not to be overwhelmed by the emotional experience, the excitement, the joy of that moment. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think we can't say it enough. This team really deserved this moment. They've been working so hard for this moment. When I heard that we got into terminal count, it was, I felt a sense of relief and excitement for them that I think everybody here did. We really wanted them to succeed. We really wanted to see the launch today. And wow, I will never forget this.
Me neither. It was an incredible experience to be here and see that happen.
Yeah. Was there anything that was particularly surprising to you? Again, this is your first launch. What were you expecting?
I think we also had a nighttime launch for our launch. And so I think one thing you underestimate is how much it lights up the night sky.
Yes.
We were able to watch it all the way through that trajectory. We were able to see the boosters separate and everything. So it was just an incredible view. It's amazing how much you get to see of the flight path when it's at night and sliding up the sky.
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed this, but we see the moon here, and the trajectory of the rocket looked like it was flying towards me. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my God, that's so poetic. It's so beautiful. I'm so glad we launched today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Congratulations to the team. It's
so
incredible.
We're going to head over to Daryl, who was at the launch team. Daryl, you got to count us down through that, through liftoff. I mean, how was that being in the launch control center with them?
Well, Megan, it was something else. I got to tell you, you're looking live inside the firing room where Charlie Blackwell-Thompson is about to address her team after a whole lot of hard work and preparation to get to this moment. Let's stand by and listen to her now.
Comm check. But you can't hear it in the room. Can you guys hear me? No. Hey, Jeremy, can you see if you can turn something on there for the microphone? The press site can hear me, but the room can't. The room can't. You can hear me? Because the guys... I don't know what he's telling me to do.
He's here.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, there we go. Is he ready for me? Well, for once, I might be speechless. So you guys know I have talked a lot about appreciating the moment that you're in, and we have worked hard as a team. You guys have worked hard as a team for this moment. This is your moment. It is not by chance that you are here today. So I want you to look around at this team and know that you have earned it. You have earned your place in the room. You have earned this moment. You have earned your place in history. You were part of a first. Doesn't come along very often. Once in a career, maybe. But we are all part of something incredibly special, the first launch of Artemis. The first step in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars. What you have done today will inspire generations to come. So thank you. Thank you for your resilience. You know, I said at the pre-test briefing, the harder the climb, the better the view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is. So congratulations. So we got a couple of traditions here in launch control. And the first one is when you're in the position for the first time, you get a tie cutting. And so I have my Launch Director scissors. And I'm going to get my tie cut by a couple of legends that are here. And then anyone who wants their tie cut will be making the rounds in the firing room. You got your console chiefs. If they want to do it, that's fine. If you want me to do it, you might have to wait a little while, but I'll stay all night if I have to. It'll be my pleasure to cut ties. So I'm going to take care of mine, and then I have one other presentation that I want to make this evening.
This is Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Artemis I launch director. She just got her tie cut. That is a tradition here at NASA. We just got to hear her talk to the team, and one thing that really stuck out to me that she said is that they've really earned their place in history. We're coming up on solar array deploy. Let's go on to Leah.
Thanks, Megan. And yes, we're here in Mission Control Houston, still monitoring the Artemis I mission and the first flight of Orion atop the Space Launch System. So far, we saw successful liftoff at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, all the way through separation from the core stage. We now have Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage flying free. And we've just heard that we have initiated solar array deploy. So we are turning our focus to that. The spacecraft was running on battery power, but stretching these wings will allow it to stop relying on those batteries and significantly extend the time it can stay in space. So solar array deploy takes about 12 minutes. We have 4 solar arrays that we need to deploy and latch. These will provide power to the spacecraft on its journey to distant retrograde orbit and all the way back to Earth. Once these are properly configured, again, Orion will no longer need to rely solely on battery power. And we expect this to be done about 30 minutes after liftoff. Right now, we're 19 minutes since liftoff today. Orion is now traveling 17,175 miles per hour. We're continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control Houston from the flight controllers monitoring the mission. A little bit about these solar arrays as we wait. Again, we heard the call that the deploy has been initiated. We'll hear a little bit more about that once they start to unfold. These 4 solar arrays generate 11 kilowatts of power, which is enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom houses, and they have a wingspan to unfold. These 4 solar arrays generate 11 kilowatts of power, which is enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom houses, and they have a wingspan of 63 feet. Just one of these 6.5 by 6.5 foot panels has 1,250 solar cells, so you're looking at a total of 15,000 solar cells. Now, we just heard the call that all 4 solar arrays have been released. So we initially heard the initiation call. That command had been sent. Now those 4 solar arrays are released. Again, this is about a 12-minute process. These solar arrays will deploy straight, and you're getting a live view right now. This is really exciting. They'll eventually be swept back against the vehicle prior to translunar injection burn to prevent any loads from breaking or damaging the arrays. And on the end of each solar array is a camera that will capture imagery for us throughout the mission, along with a few other cameras placed outside and inside the spacecraft to help us monitor and perform various other inspections. Of course, if you recall the Apollo capsule design, there were no solar arrays. We had fuel cells instead. So this design with arrays gives us the opportunity to stay in orbit longer since we practically have no limit to the energy available for use from the sun. Coming up on 21 minutes since liftoff. Orion is attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see those 4 solar arrays unfolding now. And again, Artemis I is a flight test. It's paving the way for a sustainable presence at the moon. Looking forward to the future, Gateway will be our space station in lunar orbit. And we have some similarities and differences in the solar arrays unfolding right now on Orion and those that'll be on Gateway. So like we're seeing now, these are deploying autonomously. The Gateway solar arrays will as well. And while these generate those 11 kilowatts of power, the 2 rollout solar arrays, or ROSAs, on Gateway will generate 60 kilowatts of power. That ROSA design is currently being tested aboard the space station. We have 2 new ones installed and a spacewalk conducted earlier today, preparing for another set. Coming up on 22 minutes since liftoff today, Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage traveling over 16,800 miles per hour. The solar arrays deploying now are part of the European service module. It's comprised of 20,000 parts and components. The service module was developed as part of an agreement between NASA and the European Space Agency, or ESA. This is the first time NASA is using a European-built system as a critical element to power an American spacecraft. Coming up, the flight of Artemis I, spacecraft now traveling at 16,500 miles per hour around the Earth. We are in solar array deploy, and we have confirmation all 4 arrays are deployed. Coming up in a little less than 30 minutes is the perigee raise maneuver. And with our launch at 1:41 Eastern Time this morning, we are looking for a perigee raise maneuver about 53 minutes into today's flight. Again, we are now 25 minutes and 47 seconds into the flight, and we have a complete deployment of all 4 solar arrays. Orion's journey to the moon continues as planned. Again, looking forward to that perigee raise maneuver. That'll be coming up again at about 53 minutes into the mission, so about 27 minutes from now. During the perigee raise maneuver, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will use its RL-10 engine to lift the lowest point of Orion in Earth's orbit. The current orbit is more of an oval shape than a perfect circle, and this burn will raise that point closest to Earth and make the orbit more circular. This will also include a checkout of Orion's systems and any adjustments to the solar arrays. It'll be a short burn, less than 30 seconds long, but critical to keep us on track, and it also prepares us for the next engine burn to send Orion to the moon. That's the Translunar injection burn. That'll come up a little later, which is a longer burn, another firing of the RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. We caught a glimpse there of those solar arrays, and with all 4 solar arrays properly deployed, Orion's journey to the moon continues, and we've got more operational updates coming up shortly, but for now, I'm going to toss it back to Megan and Kayla at Kennedy.
That rocket was massive and loud and just so cool. All right, the moon. This is why we call it the moon board, but the moon, you know, since the dawn of time, humans have looked at the sky. So I know that we're supposed to give it back to Lee here shortly, but we got it back with about 5 minutes.
Thanks, Megan. And it has been a pretty smooth ride so far. And we are now, again, like you mentioned, coming up on 36 minutes since launch. That puts us about 17 minutes into the until the perigee raise maneuver. That's going to be the maneuver that lifts the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth and puts us where we need to be ahead of the translunar injection burn. The translunar injection burn is that really long burn that we're going to need to send us on to the moon. So we've been treated to some exciting views from the spacecraft today, including, and we hope to see some from inside the cabin, but we expect to continue receiving photo updates throughout the mission. It takes a team, though, to bring the imagery of Orion down to Earth, so let's meet them.
Resolution, more compressed, because we have to fit it into a thinner pipe, if you will. Every one of these cameras is in its position where it is and it's configured the way it is for a very specific reason. We're going to be monitoring anything that we can see with the cameras for spacecraft performance. The imagery teams at NASA are composed of dozens and dozens of very highly trained, very specialized people, engineers, technicians, analysts. If we can see it, we're going to try and keep an eye on it. Imagery has been invaluable throughout the history of NASA. We flew cameras on Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all of that stuff that we saw while the astronauts were on the moon. It helps us detect the unknown unknowns. It allows us to see things that we didn't anticipate happening before. So when we do fly people on Artemis II, we can have a high confidence that everything is working the way it should.
I love getting a look at those teams that we don't normally see, like the red team that Megan and Kayla just got to interview. A really big thanks to them and everyone that made this liftoff happen. I love getting a look at those teams that we don't normally see, like the red team that Megan and... Again, we're about 15 minutes away from perigee raise maneuver.
Thank you, Leah. Yeah, we wanted to take us back into Orion and talk about some of the science that's being enabled by Artemis I today. So inside of Orion are 10 of these. So they're called CubeSats because they're tiny satellites. Essentially, they're the size of the shoebox when they're folded down, but then once they're deployed, they're opened up. They have solar arrays, things like that. That's when it gets a lot bigger. Now, these are called secondary payloads for this mission. Kayla, can you talk to us about what secondary payloads are?
Yeah, it just really means that it's not a primary objective of the mission. We're not relying on the success of these CubeSats for overall mission success. It's kind of a bonus payload, right? A chance to deploy these satellites that have different sensors on them and collect some awesome data to support other research objectives.
Yeah, and I know battery life was a concern for some of them, but all 10 were deployed, and scientists, I'm sure, are eager to see what kind of information that hopefully they'll be able to get. And they're just some of several research projects on this flight that will help gather data about the moon and more.
Artemis I is paving the way for us to explore deeper and deeper into space.
I think Artemis I is significant.